remember the fade in your eyes. I'm lost in space, floating away, away, away. I'm running away from you. I'm running away. I'm running away with you. I'm running away. I'm running away from you. I'm running away. I'm running away with you. I'm running away. Look at the stars, they find me. You shine so bright, it haunts me. I'm lost in this thick black sea of hopes for you and me. In the night I see you walking my way, sailing on my soul, your light.
Like the attention, girl, I know you. But you're everything I want in life. We're fighting danger like Kung Fu. The love I feel is deep inside. The others don't matter. It's honestly us against the world. We're the perfect team. You're my dream, and I just want it.
Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself.
Oh baby, if you ever need a helper, you should know that I'll be there day and night. Nobody else can love you better. I'm here just to treat you right. You're the reason I'm alive. You're the only pain I can endure. But when you're not here, you're my dream, but I just want it. Yeah, I just wanna. You're my dream, but I just want it.
Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself.
But I just want it.
Deep inside I knew from the start, you my bunny, I'm your Clark. From now to eternity I give you all my heart. We are meant to be, it's clear to see. My love is bigger than I thought. I got everything I want when I hold you with my arms. Now this don't matter, my love and my pleasure, the key to my treasure. Whatever's the weather, day up and out with you till I die. How many times for you I'ma try? Want you to notice the one and I know this perfect soulmate. I wanna show my best friend. She saved my life, my happy end in hard times.
Oh baby, hug it to myself, hug it to myself, hug it to myself. But I just want it.
Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself.
I just want
Okay.
Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To
When I close my eyes, I can almost see it. When I take a breath, you fill up my lungs. And if my mind worked backwards just for a minute, I'd follow you before the memory's gone. I remember you lift my spirit. With you high is all I'm feeling. Remember how
seat you by the fire. Listen, listen. There's something I must confide. I know I said that it'd be fine. I know I made it look like it'd be alright, but I think I learned my lesson, and I'm not gonna let you out of my sight. You can call me killer, 'cause I'll bring you to the light. And it might taste bitter when you're answering to God. You can call me killer as you look into my eyes. Nothing but a sinner. You won't get away this time. You won't get away this time. You won't get away this time. You won't get away. You can call me killer, 'cause I'll bring you to the light. And it might taste bitter when you're answering to God. You can call me killer as you look into my eyes. Nothing but a sinner. You won't get away this time. 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 So let me catch you. So let me catch you slipping by.
Time is a killer, and I'm with her once again. Blind, I was blinded, and I don't see once again. Let the beat drop. I can't believe the night lay waste to all we'd given. But honestly, you've gotta know that this ain't living. But we could run from Elysium and let it burn, let it burn. You've gotta know that nothing lasts forever. I can't believe myself. I never thought that this would be our end, but it's nothing new. And my lover's honesty, I could push it back down if I have to. If you want me to, 'cause we can run. And we can run, 'cause stars they fall all for you. So tell me now, what's left to lose if we run?
confession that you're my obsession. You're pulsing through me. The blood is rushing and I am trusting you'll come save me. My knees are feeling weak. Your body's close to me. I want you to come rescue me. Won't you come and rescue me? My knees are feeling weak. Your body's close to me. I want you to come rescue me.
Take me.
유럽 HS 팀 중에 저희밖에 안 남았는데 그래도 한 끝까지 살아남아서 유럽을 자랑스럽게 하고 싶어요.
They have the targets they need in their eyes. The triple kill for Forgiven, and it looks like H2K will seal the deal.
You can't just stop Forgiven, you need to be better than he is.
Albus Knox from the CIS, from the LCL. They are doing what no wildcard team has done before.
If you focus on not losing, you'll not win. Because winners are trying to win. We won't stop.
지금 대진표에 따라서 저희는 일단 결승까지 갈 수 있을 것 같아요.
It's not enough for us. We want more.
Here we go, mid. All of a sudden, the action cue's gonna hit. Stay on center. That's first blood for ANX. A steal away. Yanko secures a absolutely massive Elder Drake. He's gonna get taken. They did. Oh my God, they did
On the last day of competition here in Chicago, there are 2 quarterfinalists remaining and only 1 invitation to Madison Square Garden left up for grabs. Fans have once again filled the historic Chicago Theater, which plays host to our last quarterfinal clash. As you can see here, fans are out in force for both of these teams, the last 2 remaining not Korean in the tournament. And here, moments ago, Albus, Nox, Luna loaded up into the venue. They'll face last LCS team standing. H2K coming in with high expectations after a perfect 4-0 in the second week of groups. Hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson, joined today by Alberto. Yay! There it is. Just Dave Ford, there it all goes. Out the window. Alberto Crumbs, Rangipo, Sam Kobe, Harvin Kensler, and Martin DeFisciolunga. Gentlemen, day 4. It's been a long week, lots of games, but how are we doing here on a Sunday afternoon?
Ecstatic. I think this is going to be a really interesting matchup. These teams play with fire, and I love watching them clash.
I love your little sneaking the fire in there. Hope we do see some Brand. You know, a lot of high damage supports coming from Lecrit, and he's definitely a fan favorite.
It's probably going to be banned. I think H2K is going to come well prepared here, and honestly, they will be the favorites tonight.
Well, then we get Wildfire Zyra in its
Fair
place.
enough.
All right, well, let's send it to the stage to introduce the teams competing here tonight.
Thank you very much, Dash. 3 days of League of Legends history has been added to the world-famous Chicago Theater. And tonight, a 4th, as we find out which one of the 2 remaining quarterfinalists will move on to New York City and continue their fight for the Summoners Cup. Now, let's meet the teams battling for tonight's competition. From the League of Legends Continental League, Albus, Nox, Luna. In the top lane, Smurf. Jungling, PvP Stejos. In the mid lane, Kira. At AD carry, a miracle. At support, Licrit. Their sub at the AD carry position, Unholy. And their coach, Ansva. The LCL's Albus, Nox, Luna. Their opponents in this quarterfinal matchup, from the European LCS, H2K. In the top lane, Odoamne. Jungling, Yankos. At mid lane, Ryu. At AD carry, Forgiven. Supporting, Vander. Their AD carry at the sub position, Freeze. And their coach, Brawley. Ladies and gentlemen, H2K. Gentlemen, please take your positions.
And there they are, as mentioned earlier, the last 2 teams not Korean in this tournament. One will be moving on to represent, in a sense, the rest of the world against the domination that has come out of the Korean region. So let's start with the state of the World's 2016 tournament bracket. Samsung Galaxy, SK Telecom T1, and ROX Tigers have all secured their spots in the semifinal. ROX has won the coin toss, which means they have side selection for games 1, 3, and 5, while SKT has side selection for games 2 and 4. Yesterday, ROX knocked out China's #1 seed in EDG in 4 games. What were our big takeaways from that series, gentlemen?
Definitely focusing on the jungle for that series. I mean, Peanut versus Clearlove, and not only Peanut versus Clearlove, but also the way the entire team works around the jungle. If Peanut would go for a successful gank, maybe push a laner out, then Clearlove would have to come reveal his position very early on, and they move in to take over the entire jungle. It was just really nice to see from the Korean team how they would not make any of those mistakes to let you back in the game.
I'm just happy we see ROX Tigers, also SKT, perform at the top level. Add in Samsung, honestly, as well, all the way back at day 1 here of the quarterfinals. All 3 Korean teams are showing up. Much as expected, honestly, from what we saw yesterday with ROX Tigers stomping EDG in most of the games. So we're going to get an absolutely insane semifinal between ROX and SKT, and 2 of the best teams in the world.
And if there's anything we've learned so far is that the team's actual state of play is really in accordance to their week 2 performances. All the teams that have qualified so far and have played in the quarters look just exactly how they played in the week 2, which is a really good indication for us to figure out how this matchup is going to go down between Albus Nox and H2K today. Both teams that had a pretty strong week 2, but H2K coming out ahead with a 4-0.
All right, well, with that, then let's turn our attention to our match today with Europe's H2K taking on Albus Nox Luna from the LCL. If week 2 has been any indicator of quarterfinals performance, H2K, who are coming off a 4-game streak heading into this match.
Yeah, really, H2K had such a fantastic last week in group stage and honestly looked like one of the strongest teams in the tournament, just judging from that 1 week. And we saw everything from them. Honestly, they fixed the late game issues they used to have. But it all started in the early game, and that's the thing with H2K. It's about that laning phase. Insanely strong laners all across the board. Oramne top lane, Rio mid, Forgiven with Vanda in the bottom lane. And just look at this graph here. Especially pay attention to the AD carry position where Forgiven has such a big advantage in terms of CS difference at 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's the one that's going to jump out to everybody. And one of the big things is that, Caitlyn has become such a big part of bullying in the bottom lane. And one of Forgiven's main champions played it 5 out of the 7 games for them. Definitely going to be a necessary ban. But even with that ban, it's going to be hard to retake control of the bottom lane for ANX. And the bottom lane is so important now with the addition of the extra gold for first turret. You just constantly pressure with something like Caitlyn, and eventually you get that objective to snowball past her weak mid game.
And I feel like in this matchup, we obviously going to look at the bottom quite a bit. A lot of attention there, Liquid and Forgiven, but we have to give credit to the solo laners from H2K. Rio and Oramne have stepped up so much, particularly Rio for me, coming in as a kind of mid laner in EU LCS, and now had an amazing run, just doing so well into the likes of the Rise. Just really impressive. One of the first Rise that I've actually seen use the ultimate efficiently, and Oramne just being such an outstanding top laner, receiving credit from international superstar top laners as well.
Yeah, exactly. And we see so many different picks also being used now. We saw the Rise from Rio. We've seen his Syndra already. It's fantastic as well. Top lane, Rumble, Kennen, Jace even from Oramne. There's so many different picks you got to look for. And that's why pick and banning against H2K is going to be hard, because you can't just ban all the AD carries, because then everyone else gets the comfort picks.
All right, well, while H2K appear to be the favorites coming into the quarterfinals, we heard from Liquid himself that being an underdog does not mean being a loser.
Yeah, and this is the favorite thing for me about this team, that they play unconventional picks, but they honestly are really solid macro-wise. They have won fair and square. They know how to put the pedal to the metal. They have beaten ROX Tigers very well in that one victory, and they've said it themselves. They just go for things that the other teams don't necessarily know how to go for. They have the audacity to try these plays, and they play to have fun, and to them, fighting is having fun, and it puts on a great show.
It definitely does. And, Liquid is part of that big show, but really, PvP Stayhost and Kira have been the 2 guys that have been putting out most of the damage dealt to champions for this team. Both of them have been outstanding. And PvP Stayhost, you guys always talk about how, Jankos is the first blood king. He actually beat him, has 1 more first blood. So this will be a very interesting matchup, especially as far as the early game, since H2K have had such dominating numbers in the early game.
Yeah, just to put a number on that first blood stat, 6 times Albus Nox Luna have gotten first blood, the most in the tournament. PvP Steos got first blood 6 times. Basically, he's gotten every single one for the team. Super, super important for them. I'm looking a little bit at Smurf, though, up in the top lane. Now you guys are putting all the positives here. I'm going to add one of the negatives. I think Smurf can be a bit of a liability when he's not on Poppy. And I think H2K will try and remove him from some of these tanks and kind of put him on carries and go toe-to-toe with Odo Amne, where it should be a mismatch in favor of H2K. So I think that could be an issue. But honestly, they have other players who can step up.
And it was touched on briefly, but we've got to return to it. Licrit and his support champion pool, especially given the way that the support meta has developed most recently.
Yeah, especially right now that we saw yesterday how important Zyra has become as a pick. We know this guy likes to deal a lot of damage. He can play the Bard, and he has games where we even saw him solo out Huhi on the Tom Kent's. Just such an impressive player. I mean, he dishes out so much damage for his team that I feel like that approach to support might catch H2K off guard, but ultimately the dual lane is a two-way street.
Yeah, and the thing to me about the bottom lane too and about Licrit is, yeah, he's had a huge impact on the game, but a lot of his impact is roaming. And if you leave a Miracle alone in the bottom lane versus Forgiven, it just feels like that's going to be an area where H2K can just push down to that early toilet like we talked about and try and snowball some of that early gold. So I'm curious to see if Licrit continues, high roaming champions or tries to play lane dominance.
Yeah, I also want to see how well H2K is prepared for this, because I think the roaming support, the crazy picks and whatever, it's surprising in best of ones and really effective. But in the best of 5, H2K had a full week to prepare now. They shouldn't really be too surprised unless they're pulling out new picks as well and kind of showing new kind of ways to play them.
To be fair, they have said that they are a very strong best-of-5 team, Albus Noxuna, having reverse sweep their way into this tournament. So I do think that they have tricks up their sleeve into this matchup.
All right, well, with all of this in mind, it's time now to lock in our final predictions. This is the 4th quarterfinal. Gentlemen, down the line, who's going to New York City?
I mean, as fun as this game is going to be, I think that the stats don't lie, just like Shakira's hips. I think H2K is going to take it 3-1. 3-1, H2K.
Shakira, I like Shakira. I'm a fan.
Your brain goes there.
I'm a fan.
It's day 4. We're all losing it. All right, but H2K is the vote here.
3-1
Okay,
H2K.
good. I'm glad we got that. Kobe.
I'm going to go with Shakira as well. I think she would vote for H2K. I do think that Albus Nox will be able to win a game, though.
Kobe.
I mean, I feel like this is definitely an early game versus the late game, questions surrounding H2K. Their early game, no questions, and, they should have the advantage there. But, Albus Nox Luna, they can definitely take a Baron when you're not expecting it or, come out with one of those strategies like you talked about with a lot of fire.
Yeah, again, I think ANX can surprise in 1 game. I don't think they will surprise in 3 games, and that's why H2K is going to take it from me as well. I think ANX puts a little bit too much focus on just pure fighting, no focus on vision. Probably that a team awards the second least, or actually the least in the entire tournament. And I think in a BO5, no problem.
He does stuff.
No
He does.
I'm the European guy, man. I gotta go H2K here, and I actually believe H2K will take it.
Yeah, well, I have a feeling I know who the crowd wants, but the vote is 3 across the board here for H2K. Now, remember that you can check out the Riot Games 2 channel to see a different take on Worlds 2016. Today, join our team of casters and special guest analyst Gate on the Player Experience stream as they talk strategy and take your questions live on air. Now, as we send it over to the casters, Albus Nox Luna's wild run through the group shocked everyone, including themselves.
Albus Nox! What beasts from the CIS region!
Did I expect that we can be that good? Deep in my heart, I did. But no one would ever predict that it's gonna be like this. But it's happening.
We didn't plan to make it out of groups because it was our first Worlds experience and nobody knew that we can compete on the same level.
На самом деле это очень сложно объяснить, как такое произошло, потому что, по мнению каждого аналитика, по мнению каждого фаната, наша команда даже не заслуживала выйти из группы.
Albus Nox, they need a minor miracle. They have, 1% chance to make it out of groups.
It was pretty expected that no one will scrim with us, because wildcard team, they do nothing, they're the worst at Worlds as usual.
They couldn't even scrim teams because nobody deemed them worthy enough to be even worth some practice.
Nobody wanted to play except the INTZ friends.
But wildcard doesn't mean underdog, doesn't mean loser anymore. At first week after the game versus COG, H2K asked us for scrim, and we screamed before game with G2. That's why we won so fast, because we screamed versus European team, we were ready for Europe.
If anybody under-prepared for Albus Nox coming into week 1, that's not going to be the case looking forward.
People started booking scrims with us, and yes, we knew that we can compete and it made us stronger.
Liquid go! He's invulnerable! He's getting it. Oh my god! Oh my god, they did it!
The Rockstar's game, well, it was like, I don't know, I think it was our best game ever.
This is history we're witnessing. These guys were not supposed to do this well.
I think we literally surprised the world, but at first we surprised ourselves.
Для нас очень приятно, что мы удивили всех игроков, которые нас поддерживали, наших фанатов, потому что мы приехали сюда как команда, которую все ставили на 0-6, а мы оказались 4-2 и выиграли одну из самых сильнейших команд в мире, и, безусловно, это очень приятное чувство.
I think the reason of success that we have no nerves and that we just show our best play.
If underdog starting to win, everyone will cheer for them, because, oh my god, 10% or maybe low happen and they win. Oh my god, it's pretty cool.
It's really cool to be the greatest upset in the league history, but we want to be not remembered by like that.
It's not enough. We will try to make our journey as long as it possible. After we reach some point, we always make a new one. As example, we get to the wildcards. Okay, now we need to win them. Okay, we got to Worlds. Let's try to make a victory. Okay, we could make a victory. Let's try to make it out of groups. We did it. Now we like, okay, guys, let's do our best in the quarterfinals. Next step until we become like the best. But can we? We gonna find it in Chicago.
Well, surprise the world is correct for this team. Hello, everyone. I am Julian Pastry Time Car, casting alongside the brains himself, Isaac, Azale Cummings-Bentley, and the brawn, Mitch Crepo VODS. Gentlemen, great to have you here in Chicago.
So excited to be here. I can't get more hype than ANX.
I'm so ready for this matchup here, H2K versus ANX. On paper, nobody expected this. So many cool storylines, especially in the jungle. First Blood King versus the new First Blood Dominator, PvP Stayhouse. I'm definitely excited.
Well, we'll have to see how it works out, but let's reveal our starting lineups and get ourselves in the game. With the first pick, it is H2K. In the top lane, Odawamne, the jungler Yankos, mid laner Ryu, AD carry Forgiven, support Vanda, and of course, Coach Prolly.
And on the red side, actually, hang on, do you want to talk?
It's my time now, baby. It's Albus Nox Luna in the top lane. It's Smurf in the jungle, PvP stay host, your mid laner Kira, the bot lane duo, A Miracle and Lacrit with Coach Ansva.
And it'll be interesting to see how this match works out because, again, two teams that maybe didn't have that high hopes coming into Worlds now facing off in the quarterfinals. The last Western hope, as I know some fans have coined it. H2K, we have to start with them. They look so good to end their group stage, excuse me.
Yeah, and I like what they said in the feature as well. They scrimmed against H2K so they could beat G2. So this was H2K's master plan to be the last European team remaining here at quarterfinals.
Makes me pretty curious how those games went, but I mean, it's hard to not look at the bot lane in a matchup like this. Forgiven has been so dominating. It's not just the CSD, it's the damage done. It's like pretty much every statistical measure of the AD carry position. Forgiven is really far ahead, and I think that one thing that ANX has going in the bot lane is Lacrit. He's a playmaker. He's a bit of a wild card. He has different picks, and he's played very aggressively and very well.
I have to agree there, but we are going to get ourselves into champion select and see what surprises, if any, we have for game number one. H2K over on the blue, ANX hanging out on the red for this first one. And the first ban, of course, it's Brand.
Yeah, and Brand has got to get taken off the table against this guy. You got to give the respect. Brandon and Nivea likely will not see the light of day here for ANX.
Yeah, I really like these target bans here, and it doesn't hit H2K themselves. That's the beauty of these bans. You ban out Brand, you don't lose any of your own champions in that regard. Taking the Poppy off the board is strong because she has proven to be a very solid foundation that top lane can build on. Yes, you get a small CS deficit, but it's so useful in TPs and so useful in engages.
Especially when you're expected to get a bit of a CS deficit, you can kind of get away with that. Poppy's always has a huge amount of utility, even from behind. And one thing that is kind of really nice for Lacrit is the priority that's coming up on Zyra. Zyra has shown itself as a top-tier pick, and this is a guy who loves AP support, loves Brand, and Zyra being available, something they can go for.
We gotta see the Caitlyn ban come out here. The counterpart Jhin banned out. Wow. So this is actually quite peculiar that ANX is leaving it open. This could just be the Caitlyn early rotation here, first pick for H2K. There are some other power picks available. You know, there's the Elise for the jungle position. There's some strong mid laners in the Syndra and the Aurelion Sol, but H2K may just value that Caitlyn pick so much that they will forgo the Syndra and have Ryu counter it if Albus Nox picks it up early.
And we've seen teams do it already, but Nidalee, Ryze, Cannon were ANX's ban, so very standard for them as well. No target bans required. on the side of H2K. They are taking their time, though, with their first pick, because, like you said, Crepa, a lot of top-tier champions open, and all of a sudden, Zyra, Caitlyn have kind of been added to that list as well.
And it's almost one of those things when the Caitlyn gets left up, it almost feels like it's a bit of a bait because they want to try to take away 2 power picks. You talked about Syndra, you talked about Aurelion Sol. Zyra has been very high priority. These are champions where you take 2 of those, you probably feel pretty good about giving over that Caitlyn. But at the same time, Forgiven has played it 5 out of 7 times, and it's, wow, it's going to be Jace.
The narrative completely changes. We had our eyes on strong mid lane champions. We had our eyes on lane dominance in the bot lane, but it's H2K that says, you know what, this pick that everybody questions, this Jace pick, we're just going to lock it in and play from the top lane. Odoamne has gotten a lot of praise by even international top laners that he's performing super well.
And to be fair, Jace has got a lot of criticism because it hasn't worked for North American teams. It's been working for everyone else. You know, North America was 0-4 on the pick. I believe it was 9-4 for the rest of the world. So this has been working out very well, just not for the NA teams. And Odoamne has definitely picked up some wins on it here too.
And we've started to see more of it in the knockout state as well, as that Caitlyn does get taken away by Miracle. It's kind of required. Olaf as well going to join Stejos in the jungle. So what H2K have for picks 2 and 3?
It does ask us the question, what is that Olaf going to be sped up by? Usually you see a Karma or a Sivir. Obviously, you know, Sivir since the Caitlyn is locked in. Are we going to see a relatively boring Karma for Liquid? It doesn't have much spice, it doesn't have much flair, but it is a strong pushing lane. And H2K's early game strength revolves entirely around pushing in and winning all 3 lanes, and that's why they're going for the Zyra support so early. They really want to lock in that lane dominance.
Works very well with Lee Sin here also because you're aggressive. You have this jungler that can stay out on the map for so long, excels at diving, excels at bullying out these lanes, and we're going to see what they do.
I'm so surprised that Lee Sin wasn't a Syndra pick, though. Complete misread on that. Many teams are fighting for Syndra first pick left and right. And then this gets left up until the second rotation, purple side. Obviously, this is a game 1 of a best of 5. H2K are considered the better team, and they have room to test ANX out, to feel the game.
And I think part of it is because Vladimir is still available. Vladimir is kind of that safer pick against the Syndra. Bard gonna get locked in here for Legrit. Definitely a playmaker.
Super fun matchup with the Zyra as well. You can actually use her plants against her to proc double stunts that she doesn't expect here. It's very hard to play though, so we'll have to keep our eyes on Liquid because this matchup is quite difficult depending on what Forgiven ends up going with.
And Syndra, of course, are locking for Kira. Very safe pick. You mentioned Vlad. We could see that, but Kira's going to be happy with the aggression. I love that also Liquid's happy to give over to Zyra. He was one of the only players, I believe, drawing Zyra bans in week 1. He's like, that's his other champion if you join the brand and the Bard. So he's happy to play against it. Teams are starting to pick it up, and Liquid's like, oh, I did all this research already. I already know how good this is.
And although people talk about Liquid, about the brand, about the Zyra, he played Tahm Kench, he smashed on that. He's playing the Bard now. This guy has flexibility. They can play a lot of different champions.
Yeah, and we're seeing the return of the Vladimir into Syndra matchup here. So H2K kind of going against their style, picking more for mid-game, but definitely having some tricky lanes right here. If Forgiven and Vander can make it out with a CS lead in this matchup, they definitely overperformed compared to the expected matchup. Forgiven, great CS, a great lane or wave manipulator, should be able to do it still, but it's a tough matchup due to the range advantage that a Caitlyn has over a Sivir.
It certainly is, and something that they're going to have to keep in mind is that Kira is going to have that push advantage. The Syndra can shove in Vladimir, although Vladimir may not die if you play well. You can push him in, you can roam to the side lanes, you can look for TPs with this Gnar, you know, combine your ganks with the Olaf and try to kind of pile in and take advantage of some of these side lanes.
Yeah, but with these 2 drafts, you're looking at a very explosive mid-game here. Tons of action could unfold, especially around objectives. I'm definitely excited.
Well, teams love to fight, so I think we're going to see a lot of that in this game and this series in particular. Very standard, I will say, as far as picks go. I think Jankos and Odoamne are going to do a lot of work for H2K, getting their early game up. And of course, ANX have put power where they want it. Nice safe bottom lane. Liquid's on a playmaker. Kira's on a pressure champion. I think both teams get what they want here for the first game. And as the series develops, as is always the case, it'll be interesting to see kind of how these teams play out as the drafts continue.
Exactly. I mean, they're both 2 very strong drafts. It now comes down to play. And something I'm really going to be tracking in the early game is how these junglers do, because both of these guys have been massive as far as first blood participation for their teams. Jankos, every time he's gotten first blood, H2K has won. So that's something that you definitely have to track. Kind of so goes his performance, so goes H2K's performance.
Well, we'll have to see, but don't forget to vote on Twitter for the team you are supporting. Use the hashtag H2KWin if you're behind the EU LCS people, or the hashtag ANXWin if you want the tournament darlings now at this point. Definitely the fan favorites. You can hear the crowd here in Chicago screaming every time Liquid is on screen. We'll see if his play can continue to inspire or if H2K will just continue on that hot streak.
And there's so much to theorize about, so many matchups you can follow. I could talk to you for 10 minutes about this bot lane matchup because so much is push central in terms of the lane. If you push the minions, suddenly your trades can be winning, but you have a hard time. Range advantages is so delicate. So I'm so excited to see how Forgiven and Vander approach this laning phase.
Certainly expected 2v2 to get things going.
Yep. Both teams going to be spreading out here, line of scrimmage to get things going. Standard starts, and it will be interesting to see how that top lane goes, especially because I do think that if Gnar can kind of get ahead, this is a guy who can become huge front line with the Olaf.
Yeah, and this is also a point of the game where we can look back and we can maybe describe H2K's general style, what got them the 4-0, and was based around winning lanes, and especially Ryu stepping up from as early as honestly, the 0 to 10 minute mark, not scaling into matchups, honestly putting so much pressure forward. But right now, H2K's both bot lane and mid lane have relatively tough matchups. So need to see if they can alter their style and survive a weaker early game.
Bit of a face check there from Kira, but doesn't eat too much damage. Ryu will get a bit of poke off here. Like you mentioned, that's just standard stuff across the board as everyone's fanning out. Zara did go back early, but Vander's going to just run back to lane, should make it in time. And looks like no massively deep wards being played. So everyone should have about the expected amount of information here. And as always, early game's going to play a big factor for these two teams in particular.
It certainly will, and it's good that you did highlight Ryu because he's the mid laner that actually spends the most time on his opponent's side of the lane, pushing in, and that's really what enables Forgiven to play so aggressively in the bot lane. But this matchup, he will be struggling.
Yeah, look at this here. We see camp start for a Miracle and Liquid, but they yield the access to the early lane here. Playing into H2K's hand, they get access to the wave early. Yes, there will be an experience lead, but look at Forgiven and Vander here. They really want to punish them for the camps. A double poke here. Not getting any CS. Miracle being zoned already here. And Forgiven, while he's down in experience, he has the push control. This is their favorite style.
It certainly is. Vander, a little bit of a mistake there, though, not using his Q early enough to actually proc the plant. Could have won that trade a lot more heavily, but now it just kind of have a Miracle at level 2. They're going to be fine. It's mostly about how much CS can they pick up without getting poked out.
But they're not pushing in, and if Caitlin's not pushing, she can't trade and use her range advantage to get uncontested poke onto the Sivir right now. Right now it's Vander and Forgiven approaching, going for early harass on the tower. And more importantly, the Olaf is pathing to the top lane. This is a point of the game where sometimes H2K overextend and they basically rely on summoners to make them out. They say, you know, we're going to get such a big advantage early that it doesn't matter that we have to flash. The advantage is already there. But with Steos pathing to the top lane, this is such a tough spot for the ANX bot lane.
And these early levels of why bot lane can be so intricate in the early stages, but like you said, junglers on the opposite side. Stehos quickly farming through the jungle on Olaf. We expect him to be up as far as clear goes, but if we do want Gnar to maybe get some leverage in this top lane, maybe Steos is going to go there. And of course, the Twitterverse, much like the crowd, is behind ANX for this game.
And Odoamne has that early river ward. He's kind of expecting Stehos just to a full clear top to bottom. A little bit of variation here from Jankos. He left up the blue buff. We'll see if he is going to try to get up top side, as that ward does still have some time on it and should allow Odoamne to be okay unless he pushes up too much further.
And you said a little bit of a change-up, and if we went back to minute 2, I just checked, it was a fake leash from Gnar, so it's completely expected for this Olaf to be bot lane right now. Gnar leashed, bot lane did camp. Everybody expects
he's going to face
there
check
to be
the
no
Olaf.
Olaf here.
Yeah, because it's like, oh no, he is there! And Steos going to throw the axe in. Now the
Jankos in so much trouble.
And he's doing so much damage. Next axe lands, acceleration gets poked about, flashed over, and now Steos is going to get aggressive. Jace takes him down, and now they're going to work on Smurf. Jankos is low. Smurf jumped on his head, but it's not enough as Odo looking for the early double kill. He is going to get it. There's 2!
Odoamne comes in swinging, knocks him down. So much early damage from the Jace.
And ANX, they had to pull back because the Jace was there so much faster. Smurf came in way too late. He's a level down. Oh, this was a great start. They could have just taken this and backed off. They could have pushed Odoamne out of lane. But look how further back Smurf is. He's not able to join.
Yeah, right there was the retreat mark there, but look at the damage, completely unexpected. Now Odoamne gets 2 kills and double buff. The setup was beautiful. It started with a fake leash by the Gnar. Nobody expected there to be an Olaf in that brush. You could see the surprise on Jankos' face right there, but right now Odoamne taking off. We talked about bot lane, mid lane, and pick and bans, but this guy really making that early Jace pick work.
There's really no champion worse to have double buffs than the Jace here. He can spam his spells, continuously poke you out, and he's going to be so strong. It's forcing Smurf to go for this early defensive build, which he really does not want to do. He wants to be building towards Frozen Mallet, Black Cleaver, something to contest him.
And you can see double armor items up early for Smurf, so Odo off to a flying start here in the top side of the map. H2K already up 1,500 gold. We did expect H2K's laners to get a lead, but top lane was not the one we may have been looking at.
Yeah, and mid lane is staying even CS here in an uneven matchup. Out of mana onto Kira, that's going to be at least one summoner, if not a kill.
Oh, Jankos in there with a Swifties. Kira misses the stun, and that's going to force a flash.
Yeah, he flash out.
Yeah, well done. I mean, Ryu uses one summoner, but it's a ghost, and trading that ghost for the flash is going to make Kira very susceptible for return ganks, especially once Jankos hits 6, Kira will still not have his flash, and he can look for that.
Yeah, and if you look at Jankos, he has a much higher jungle percentage, or near his lane jungle proximity rather with his laners. He doesn't have the efficiency that Steos has. Steos gets more games from it, but that's because Jankos plays more of a supporting role as well. Sometimes he just shows for pressure. He helps little skirmishes that don't necessarily translate into kills rather, but he's always there to support his lane. Super efficient jungler.
Now this gank pretty much has to work here for Steos. He's coming in.
Smurf's already chunked, and Odo's just going to bail. They spotted him. Steos, he does know the pink ward's there, but he's level 6 already, and Smurf just cannot compete as Jankos going to walk into the lane as well.
Yeah, and that's one of those moves from Jankos. It's not about getting the kill here, but he's just around to counter gank, always offering support, and then
they can set up the dive.
Oh, but he's diving, he goes in for it himself! That is a 1v1 solo dive as Odo pops up the flare.
That's what happens. You get a serrated Dirk, the double buffs that early, and now Stejos. There's no way he can hold safely here. They're going to push him in. They're going to be able to reset. Odo Omni can go back and buy, and this guy is getting out of control. 20 CS up, 3 kills 6 minutes in. Who is going to handle the Jace?
And Snowball lane, as we talk about them, we maybe looked at the Syndra for Ryu. Kira takes it instead. We look at bottom lane Forgiven and the Caitlyn. Took the Sivir and gave it away. Odo on the Jace has been the big story early on, and the rest of the lanes are even. That's game plan going well for H2K.
Definitely. Jankos picked the lane, made his snowballs, and all these other lanes are just doing what they have to. They're playing losing matchups in both mid and bot lane, but look at the CS, bang on even in the bot lane. Ryu even getting some forward pressure already before the real breaking point in this matchup. No Spirited Visage yet, but the early magic resistance helped him pressure out Kira.
And even just forcing out Kira's flash means he can't really push in very much, so that winning lane, mid lane, well, what was supposed to be a winning lane, he's actually down CS now. He's losing there. Bot lane's going fine, and Odo Omni is disgustingly ahead and going to keep looking for these trades.
Smurf can only hop so many times out of those trades as Odo just has so much early AD.
And this is where Odo wants to keep the wave kind of parked right there, deny some creeps here, these range creeps, taking down some of the CS that Smurf so desperately wants. He wants to lure him in. Make it so that he at least has to overextend in the lane and gets chased down. But it's not freezing. Smurf is happy that this wave bounced back towards Smurf, but he's being denied so much CS.
Bit of damage there. Kira with the blue buff. He's going to try and shove Ryu in a little more efficiently, but the early Spectre's Scarf from Ryu should negate most of that aggression that Kira can offer. And now Jankos is moving into the ANX side of the jungle, looking again towards top. He's going to spot a ward, finds Stejos. Goes around as Kira looks for the pick, doesn't get it. Good collapse from ANX, but Jankos mobile on the Lee Sin, able to get out very easily.
Was a good collapse, but once again, they're going to go for Kira. He has no flash. Jankos has kick. Is he looking?
Looking for it again. Kira, no, not going to eat the Q, and Ryu goes for the dive. Great little juke, but Liquid's here as well. No, he gets kicked back into the grasping roots, and that will be the conversion. Vander picks one up.
Such a good follow there from Vander. He sees Lecrit missing. He's there to follow up, and although they can't convert on the kill on Kira, they pick up Lecrit.
And that's good communication by H2K. They select the target, and they let it be known in team comms, which means, again, that the support can roam. And also, look at the wave. It's continuously being parked at the enemy turret. This is Forgiven's favorite style with Vander. That's how they love to play. It all goes back to the level 1. They forwent the camp, and they actually just went for the early push, unrelenting. They saw jungler top, they had the freedom. They're finally going even CS here, and they're outscaling in that matchup. And then Vander is allowed to roam and just assist in those mid lane fights.
Miracle doing what he can. He will scale, of course, but does not want to be pressed up against it like this. Vander even looking to get aggressive. Lecrit does return to lane, but he takes some damage there. Forgiving in a step forward. Miracle going to cover with his own Q, but again, H2K just pushing up all 3 lanes.
Yeah, and if you store 2 seeds, it's impossible for the bar to react because he'll just have his stun be eaten up by both plants right there. Or if you just put a plant far enough, so it's really hard for Liquid to play this matchup in the defensive. And again, that further illustrates the point why wave push is so important in this matchup. If Liquid doesn't have plants and creeps in front of him, he can go for the poke, you know, bar Q into trap, but that's completely negated because H2K played the lane much better.
And on top of the map pressure, on top of the CS, take a look at the turret's health in the bot lane. It's actually down below half already. They're well on their way to picking up that first turret, which can just further extend that gold lead, open up the map, which is how they love to play. They can get aggressive and start to take over the jungle.
And this is the side of the map that's not even having that many problems. Odoamne, just to remind you, is still 3-0, building in for a very early-looking Ghost Blade. You can see that CS difference building up. He's almost 25 up on Smurf, and even the individual gold lead, that is absurd for 10 minutes.
This is the largest gold somebody's been ahead from a top lane. 1,400, you know, just top laner versus top laner, the largest at World so far on a Jace pick, a pick that is inherently so snowbally in its nature. Oh, this is definitely a tough task for ANX.
It's so bad because it disrupts your opponent's build path too. You know, Smurf is essentially on the welfare build now.
Yeah.
He has to go tabbies. He has to just try to survive here. He can't actually build items. Like, when is this guy ever going to finish his Black Cleaver or his Frozen Mallet? Like, what, 30 minutes into the game?
And now ANX might be transferring some of their pressure towards another side of the map. Kira, though, in trouble as Jankos looking to hop in. Good flash from Kira, flash from Jankos as well. Still going, though, Forgiven forced to pop the ultimate. Stales ulties in and runs towards them, but ANX, no kills coming down. Maybe they'll convert for a push or the Drake.
Yeah, and Jankos, he was so set on getting the kick flash off. He tapped both buttons. That's why he did the very minute flash, you know, very short distances, because any fraction of a second later, the kick would have actually worked. So that was a perfect flash from Kira, essentially trading Jankos' flash for it.
Still, good trade for Jankos as a jungler. You'll take that trade every time, and it means Kira, once again, has to be on the defensive. He has to be on the lookout, because there are ways to gank that lane very easily, even without your flash. Jankos can ward hop over the wall. If he gets up behind him, you're kicked in, you're dead.
Yeah, in about a minute, Ryu can just channel his E, flash in, slow the enemy Syndra. That's enough distance to do exactly what you described right there, Azale, and have Jankos close the gap.
H2K also only getting stronger. Have completed some items here and there. Ryu now looking for that blue buff. Does have that Spirit Visage built up already, so he is a bit behind in CS right now, but he should catch up easily. And he's effectively done what he needs to do. Neutralize the lane, play it safe, and scale towards the mid game.
And Albus, Nox, Luna, they know they're behind. That's why we see when they run out of base, the jungler and support, they walk together, looking for any semblance of an opportunity. We saw Liquid move with PvP Stayos. Maybe they can get a cheeky portal here and there. Tempered Fate is still on cooldown. That's their way back in. Tempered Fate into a pickoff, outnumbered, but it's so hard. When the mid laner has a pool he can dive into, bot laner has Spell Shield. Where are you going to find these opportunities if you're Albus Nox?
Well, Ghostblade also done for Jace, so looking good there. Forgiven, going with some early Berserker Greaves, so itemization looking just fine. Here again, trying to play up, does get a stun off, but Vladimir's just soaking this damage constantly.
He really is, and one thing going well for Kira, at least, he's keeping his farm up, and he can look for those opportunities in team fights. You know, Jace right now, he's not building an AMR. That's someone you can look at as the Syndra. If you can wipe this 3-0 Jace off the map right off the bat, or the Zyra, two very squishy champions, you can even the odds.
Yeah, just a hair short of hitting that stun onto Vander. If he was out of exhaust range, he could have gotten popped here. We're looking for an opportunity. He wants to burn the spell shield before he ulties.
Looking for the play, good spell shield, Forgiven with great patience. Doesn't get distracted by the meeps and will hold it for that Q. Miracle has a bit more breathing room, has gone back for the early Zeal now, so CF Swords kind of diverging a bit as far as build path goes, and it does feel like now ANX is starting to push the lane out, but H2K already did what they needed to do in the early part of the lane, so they're going to play it nice and safe, and Jankos will visit mid lane again, but just help Ryu push it out.
And H2K is now working heavily on the top lane turret as well. They're pushing in all the lanes, so there's all this gold that they're kind of working towards that they haven't reaped yet. Once they take out top turret, once they take out bot turret, that's where the gold leads can really start to balloon. And just look at these trades for Smurf. There's nothing he can do to fight back.
Yeah, just following the Lee Sin in the jungle for H2K as well. So efficient. Jumps mid, helps clear out the wave. Wave priority, gets the red buff.
Looking to kill Smurf.
This is hard. Yanko's going to kick him in, lands the Q. Smurf going to get attacked on. Does go Mega. Well, it's over. No, into the wall as well, but that's just enough to get out. And that one hits, and Jankos just snipes him with a resonating strike.
Well played by Smurf to survive, but he gets taken down anyway. This means first turret blood for Odoamne, likely going to be given that solo gold. This guy is going to be huge. ANX on the bot side are trying to take Dragon, at least get something back.
Yeah, Jankos again, you know, that pathing from mid lane to jungle to top pressure. Yes, they yield the Ocean Wake, but H2K don't care. They want raw monetary value right now. We're approaching the 15-minute mark, and they're already sporting a 4.5k gold lead. This is honestly impressive from H2K.
And so much of it is on the Jace. The Jace is closing in on hilarious levels of ahead. He's like 2,500 or 3,000 gold ahead now, and this is so well done. Odoamne knows his jungler wants to come top, so he's looking to trade aggressively early on.
Yeah, double pink wards on the minimap. They even saw Lee Sin in the jungle, but at one point there's nothing you can do. You gotta overextend to maybe get some CS, some experience, because otherwise being afraid of the gank will cost you more than the gank itself. And then a couple nice things here. Perfect kick into Q. Smurf gets next to a wall, which means Odoamne's skill shot is perfect. He predicts the juke slightly, which puts him next to a wall. That means Q can't miss from the Lee Sin. So it's all these little things. And yeah, as you said earlier, Azale, bot lane turret at 30%. Ready to fall.
It's just continued pressure. It's what H2K have been known for. And now Steos, hand in the cookie jar, has been caught in the enemy jungle, but will just get chased out. Does burn the ghost, but not the ultimate to get out there. But you can see Steos wants to get in and apply some pressure, but it's just not that easy right now.
And it's Odoamne on the roam because he has that turret down, because he has pushed him out. He can look to move around the map and extend his advantage to the other lanes. It's almost the same thing as you see those bot lanes do. Take down the top lane turret. Jace acts as like that AD carry. If you get some alone time on this mid lane turret, you will crush it as a Jace.
Yeah, and we looked at some of the interviews as well where foreign players were talking about Odoamne. Impact had high things to say about him. I believe even Smeb said nice things, and honestly, he has a history of leading his lane in this tournament. This is the third time in a row, or third time rather at Worlds, that he's up over 1,000 gold at 15 minutes against his direct lane opponent. He's tied with Q-Bait for that exact stat. Right now we see more action.
Oh, good snipe, but forgiven. I think gonna play goalie. Make sure Squishy Vander does not get aggressed on.
And look where Jankos is. He's behind the bot lane. He's coming down. They could look for a dive here. They have a pink ward in this bush, so they know that they will be able to spot Lee Sin, but will it be in time? These guys are moving up pretty far.
We'll have to see. Jankos again going to play it patiently. ANX do have a nicely placed pink ward there, but Ryu's coming as well, and all of a sudden this dive looks very tricky. Jankos going to line it up. Who's going to take the turret first? Ryu's ghosting in. Oh, very creative, but they have to run the other way. Gets tagged by Hemo, playing flashes full. Great double stun there from Liquid, and they're still running into the enemy jungle.
Coming down, though.
Chaos there as well, but Jankos going to cut him off the path. There's a snipe. Takes on the bot. Miracle tagged as well as Ryu takes one down, and ANX, that's two dead. They have to run.
That shock blaster, clever little pathing there from Licrit, did as best as he could to avoid that dive. No chance to live under the turret, so they go for the great escape. They at least force out some summoners, but still, it's 2 more kills for H2K. They're up 6,000 gold.
Jankos looking again, does not get the Wolf Spirit down. Steos holds onto his jungle for now, but ANX are just busy chasing H2K out of their side of the map rather than applying that pressure, and all of a sudden those two sort of neutralizing lanes in mid and bot are starting to play up and aggressive. Towers are looking to fall, and Odoamne, he's the king of the hill right now.
It certainly is, and with that bot lane turret going down to Forgiven, they can take over the jungle, get that vision, really look to control ANX.
Yeah, and this is the style I like to play. Look at Ryu actually arriving first in this matchup here. It indicates that H2K, no matter what champions they get, they are winning all 3 lanes here, allowing for these roams, and then, well spotted there. That roam from Odoamne is just dirty at this point. Anybody walking into him 1v1 is going to die.
Also clever from Odoamne, he was actually TPing to bot. He saw them escaping, quickly cancels his TP, and moves to collapse, knowing that's the only way they could get out. So very well played from the H2K top lane.
Ooh, Tempered Fate hits on Evander again. Kira looking for the snipe, gonna line it up. Stun's gonna miss, and that'll be a flash from Vander. Now they might even turn it around. Stejos a little low, but doesn't commit for it, and you can just see they're doing the right things, looking for the picks, but H2K just burning summoners and not giving that gold over.
Yeah, that was the 40 ping skill shot, the 50 ping skill shot, but they're playing on an 8 ping right now. I feel like the Q that Liquid threw kind of threw Kira off guard, because when your support starts queuing early, you think, I mistimed the zone, so let's just follow up on it. And it all went poorly at that point. Really good pick off with them, that's what they have to do. Tempered Fate on a straggler, CC him to death, and then hopefully that you can snowball. But the flash from Vander was good enough to get out.
And you can see the itemization for H2K picking up in aggression as the game continues on. Black Cleaver now done for Odoamne, which is insane, and the Protobot's done for Ryu. And now Odo is even going to get Rift Herald as well.
Yeah, super aggressive build here from Ryu. Just wants to run in and mess with some people.
This is funny, maybe a steal. Smurf's in. Is he all the way in? I don't think he wants it. Looks for the axe, doesn't get it. Odo claims the buff. ANX don't commit into Odoamne.
As a top laner, it feels so bad. You're already so far behind, and now he gets the Rift Herald buff too. It's like, come on, man, give me something.
You gotta pose a mallet. You can slow him down as he dies.
take a little longer to die because he's got a nice big bunch of health. Well, no one wants to go near Odo right now, but H2K, they're going to transfer people to this midsection of the map and see if they can't bust down a turret.
Yeah, from a strategy point of view, they're doing something they've done very often in Europe back in the day. Let's get back to it later because somebody's going to die.
Miracle getting dove, tied to blood. That's more than enough. Goodbye, as Bandit claims one.
And that's the 1-3-1 for you. They put the 3 members in the mid lane. They always put Forgiven next to a turret that they want to take down. They have a strong dueling Vladimir with an aggressive build on the side lane. He pushes up, collapses in the mid lane. Odo is pushing in the top lane. Really good way to close out for H2K.
It's super well done, especially because Kira has no chance of 1v1ing this Vlad right now. He's on 2 items. He can't walk the dangerous way.
Odo 1v2 does flash out of the Axis. Steel's going to keep running.
Is coming.
He's ghosted, but Jankos in for protection. Going to keep moving in there. Acceleration gate. Going to try and turn it around. Jankos hops in, looks for the kick. Barely misses Steos. Liquid's here as well. Can they turn it around? Odo shut down finally. And Smurf going to take him down. And now Jankos getting chased out. Semifinal hits too. But the ulti from Syndra's going to get messed up as a result. Bit of a miscommunication. ANX at least get 1 kill.
Yeah, Jankos actually gets out thanks to that immune to Syndra ultimate. That Bard ultimate from Lecrae mistimed. Some bad communication there from ANX. They at least get on the board. They've picked up a kill.
Yeah, you could see that H2K was always looking for the fancy solution out. You know, Odo continuously juking, buying time for Jankos to get in. He wanted to get the pinball effect, kick the Gnar into the opponent, especially when you kick a tank. You get extra % damage right there. It all starts with Odo slightly overextending. Look at the river. There's no vision even in the enemy jungle either, so he gets 1 juke. 2 jukes right here. As Jankos comes in, he wants to line up Smurf and kick him into Steos, but it's so close to missing.
Just barely misses there, and Odo tries to turn that around. If that ulti actually kicked the Gnar through, they might have killed off Steos.
Oh, Jankos, that's dirty. I think he stole the dragon away from ANX.
Ooh, and it's an infernal one too, so everything starts off worse and gets even worse down the drain for Albus Nox Luna. Every play they make seems to get countered by H2K.
I'm also surprised that Smurf actually did go Frozen Mallet. I expected when he's this far behind, just go Randuin's or something and pray to land a good CC chain. Because at this point, he's going to be so tricky. Kira's getting kicked in.
Oh, good kick. Jankos finishes it off. The mid turret's going to crumble as well. And it's just all going right for H2K.
Yeah, everybody keeps getting picked off here because they feel safe under their turret, but you're not safe when a Lee Sin and a Jace are this far ahead on the map. So much pressure right now from H2K. They can be so happy with how this game 1 went.
Safety's an illusion against these guys. They can dive so easily. Vladimir with a proto belt, he's so aggressive with it. You can get in there, you can reset the aggro with your pool and look for dives constantly, and it just feels like now there's nowhere safe on the map for ANX.
Yeah, even with slightly subpar vision, H2K is not afraid to just play high pressure on all lanes, because if you commit to ganking one lane, there is either a collapse possible or a cross map that they can take. They're playing a very fast-paced League of Legends right now, hoping to close out this game very quick.
Well, they did get the shutdown onto Odo, which is good news. Smurf got a nice influx of gold as a result of that kill. Unfortunately for ANX, it's their only kill of this game, and they're behind 8,500 gold at 22.5 minutes. The H2K pressure, it wasn't as early as we maybe expected, but you can see the items starting to get completed, and they're just insanely far ahead right now.
22 minutes in a quarterfinal at Worlds. 0 towers for the purple side team. Only 1 kill was made there. H2K was en route to take a perfect game.
They are still, yeah.
There was
that is gone. At the same time, now they just look to continue to extend that lead. They don't care about the perfect game. They just care about the win. And Baron is likely going to be the next target here for H2K. They need to establish vision. That's what they're trying to do now. You see Vander moving in, getting a couple wards, and they will look to extend that. Odo is going to be in the bot lane. No one can really answer this guy, and they can really start to put some pressure on.
And this is great because H2K's main flaw throughout the entire season was their mid to late game Baron control. They shorted up definitely in week 2 when they went 4-0 here at Worlds. They're still looking to perfect it, and it's much easier to execute as a strategy and to get a good feel of it within a game against a team when you're this far up.
And if we just take a look at Fog of War from ANX's position, they actually can't see anything right now. They have almost no vision.
They can't see Ryu collapsing on the top side right here.
Jankos looking for a kick. Who's he going for? No, Ragnarok is nice. Now Temper Fate's going to turn around, finds 2. As Jankos and Ryu get locked up, and it's not quite enough. Kira moves in for the stun. Jankos low does go down as Liquid gets him in the Stranglehold.
Here's the one minute.
of it. Here comes the chase. Steos is down. Ryu proto-belts himself under the turret, and it's just carnage here. Ryu looking for more. Goes to Liquid's own portal. Ties onto 2, and it's just a mess. Smurf finds Odo with a knockup as Ryu gets caught up on the other side, but Odo managed to take a few more down, and that's 4-1 H2K.
An absolute massacre for H2K. They're going to push straight down mid lane and likely get the first inhibitor of the game here.
Yeah, even if they made some of the right reactions, ANX is just simply too far behind. Love the in-pool portal taking by Ryu right there. Once they changed it so you can zone out in pool, you can do actions in pool, you can obviously take magical journeys.
That's
nice
Ryu.
dodge right there.
Ryu again gonna get hit up. Kira actually does snipe Forgiven. Ryu's gonna find him as Odo One looks to dive in, and this chase does disgusting damage. Inhibitor still up for now. Can they take it? Odo needs a few more shots, but Liquid is gonna keep them out. The acceleration gate is gonna bail the team out down the mid lane, but Liquid still chasing in. He wants a nice angle on the stun. Looks for Vander, does not get it. And they're still chasing. They're actually pretty speedy, but Odo says, all right, let's go for it. Liquid caught up there, looks for Ryu and gets taken down by the Vlad, and Steos says, I'm leaving.
And I mean, ANX, they kept chasing. It was just Steos and Licrit, though. There was words from H2K. They saw that their AD carry wasn't coming. A Miracle was staying behind. Smurf was staying behind. They just overextended.
Yeah, they're caught in the rabbit hole right now, overextending. It was a nice attempt to stun through the creeps, and Ryu flanks, nice portal to get out. This is all the right approaches, counter-engage with Tempered Fate, looking for Chain CC on the OAF with the trap. This is all a good setup, but they're just simply too far behind. And once Ryu gets access to the backline, even through exhaust, he is killing 2 people at once. Odoamne even missed Shockwave. It's just so hard for ANX to fight back.
And sure, they kill off Jankos, but it's still the big carries alive. Forgiven is untouched. Odoamne comes in, and this guy was massive, able to clean up so much on the back of this fight.
For ANX, it will be time to start looking forward to the next game.
Quite possibly. Is that mid inhib's nice and open? H2K did ping it earlier before the replay, but haven't taken it just yet. They'll slow things down just a touch.
Yeah, but they have no issues with being behind in best of series. They reverse swept their way into, honestly, Worlds, starting in their local playoffs right there. They were down 2-0 versus Vega Squadron. Made the 3-0 happen here. They're used to some defeats here. They know that everybody expected them to be, honestly, the underdog, so they're definitely not going to be too shaken up in the next game.
Right now, there's just no one actually answering Odoamne. He can just keep going, to be honest. He has Jankos spotting for him, and he could probably just take down this inhibitor turret so fast if he even wants to pop his Ghost Blade. Gonna play it safe, will back off.
Oh, Jankos never plays it safe, does go in, baits out a couple cooldowns, but Steos gonna chase him down. Vander keeps him out with the Stranglethorns, but Kira ultis him, it is enough for the kill. And all of a sudden, Jankos a little too much there. That's gonna force the flash out from Forgiven.
Ryu's in the back.
Ryu, good proto-bout's looking for Kira. He's just too tanky. Takes out the portal. Ryu follows him after slaying the Syndra, and they're gonna keep running in. Steos locked up by the roots. Ryu grabs the double. Now Smurf kiting it out with a frozen mount and a bit of help from Miracle. Damage is almost enough, but now Forgiven's turn to turn it around. They're looking for Ryu, but they can't get it. Miracle gonna get his face screwed up. He's not careful. Ryu gets himself a triple. There's the Quadra. Now gonna chase it down for the Penta. Liquid, don't give it away. He's bailing back to the fountain.
Oh, Ryu's not even gonna go for it. He's going for the objectives instead. But they will pick up at least 2 inhibitors here, and they could even go for more, get a Nexus turret or 2 if they want.
Yeah, they can definitely start hitting these Nexus towers, and this was the equivalent of assuming the fetus position for ANX. Everybody huddled up in the mid lane, looking for a couple of kills, but even with a good engage, it was enough for the Vladimir to step in and start wrecking faces.
And I think the Penta was still on the table, but rare discipline from H2K that we have seen from them as they've moved into the quarterfinal stage of Worlds. Ryu does not overextend for it. They'll reset, take their inhibs, now taking second Infernal Drake for themselves. Jankos stole the first one, just casually takes this one.
And this is just really smart, disciplined play. Very hard to lose from this point. And this was a little bit of a head scratcher from Jankos. He goes in, he's not able to get anything done. But because his team is so far ahead, any fight that they take is going to be good. And look at Ryu coming in from the backside.
Yeah, that was the Ryu flank here. Jankos was basically looking for multiple opportunities. Does he go for a kick flash onto Kira? Does he try to bowling pin a couple of players right there? And in the doubting, he obviously overextended and people disengaged. But then Ryu steps in. So hard to deal with him. He can solo.
Oh, Ryu, he wants it again. Just Hemo plays in onto 2. Now gonna keep going for it. Liquid takes a portal. Kira goes up, but Ryu in there as well. So this shut him down. Jankos kicks Liquid into Miracle, but Smurf is keeping them all at bay. He's burnt the ultimate as Jankos looks to dive back in. Odoamne very threatening as Liquid gets tagged and taken down by Jankos.
They're gonna keep chasing here. Odoamne's looking for a Shock Blast.
Don't get it though. Squishy members there as Caitlyn looking very vulnerable. Odo wants it again. Fishers doesn't get it.
Yeah, doesn't get it, but they're all so chunked out that H2K can get access to the Baron area if they want. They don't need it to finish the game. There's no smite available on the other side here. Easy Baron to close out this game. What a gargantuan gold lead they have, sporting already at the 29-minute mark.
And H2K could just turn and kill these guys if they want. They have the vision. They see them coming in. They will look to finish the Baron first.
Oh my god, he stole it! Odo Omne's gonna take him now, but Miracle stands his ground and slays Odo Omne. Smurf gonna flush his way in, but he's caught in enemy territory. Yanko's able to take him now, but Kira keeps the game afloat.
A little bit of that Baron magic. We saw a couple snug Barons. Now we see Kira stealing away a Baron, keeping ANX's hopes very dimly alive.
Dimly alive. I don't want to be negative, Nancy. I don't think this Baron will matter at all for this game.
Yeah.
But what it can mean in the scope of a best-of-5 series is a lot more, though.
Morale.
H2K is showing some weaknesses, and there's definitely a morale boost here for ANX as the crowd gets behind them again.
Just a nicely timed combo there from Kira. Get something back, and even if it is just that moral victory, it's gonna feel a little bit better.
So that hurts.
It does. Look at Liquor, and he's like, all right, nice. Managed to get it done there. And now they've got Ryu again. Pretty tanky on the Vlad Stales, and Liquor going to work on it. Miracle is some real DPS.
Yankos
Ryu
is
does
looking.
not care as Yankos will defend his mid laner.
And it's hard to judge H2K. Is this the way they will close out a game if the gold lead is not as big? We don't know. These are some of the weaknesses they've shown in the past, but it's so easy to get lost on the map when you have this large of a gold lead. So I will hold my judgment until we see the next game. But it's definitely, if you want to go cleanly into semifinals, you want to keep the games fresh and, you know, not lose too much energy yourself, you got to close quicker and better.
You certainly do, and I think that they have to show that dominance, especially, you know, if they want to show how far they can go in this tournament. But H2K now, they are looking extremely strong. 2 inhibitors down. I'd like to see Odo Omne in the side lanes, pushing in the waves, getting that going for them, and then the team move up to the top side, wait for those waves to push in, siege the last inhibitor turret.
Definitely, they can do any variation of 1-3-1 or 1-1-3 here.
I don't know about this TP. I feel like that's a bit of a waste from Odo Omne. I think he could have just walked out, but I guess they really just want to push the issue.
The reason they do it like this is because they don't want the Narc to push out another wave in the bot lane. Big creeps can push on their own, especially when turrets are taken down in the lane already. He just wants to get to top lane poke. Remember, H2K can just die. They're still over 14,000 gold ahead. Baron buff on a couple of members doesn't really matter at all.
Rue's taking some damage. Kira attacked by Yanko. Kicks him in. There's the pick they needed. Vanda gets himself another kill. As Odo Omne is going to take some damage as well. Miracle on the crit. Working on it, but the Vince is going to pop, and that's going to be Odo still going down. Yanko's actually now in trouble as ANX might have turned this around. Forgiven. Has to be careful as a nice Stranglethorn's going to keep the rest out. Ryu, though, getting chased down by Smurf, and he has to leave the base. Just missing the wallop there for Smurf. Doesn't commit the ultimate, no flash, and can't make the big play. But H2K starting to run out of ways to break the rest of this base.
Yeah, pick off mid on the Syndra. Immediate reaction from Liquid coming out with the Tempered Fate top.
Yeah, really good job by them, and they do get one back. ANX is holding on, and H2K not doing a great job of closing this out with a massive lead.
Stales caught again, but he's pretty tanky on the other side. Liquid, no ultimate, still fishing for Cosmic Bindings. H2K doing what they can, but it's hard to push through this Baron buff. Smurf can defend this Nexus top for as long as he can.
Yeah, and in the opening sequence of today, Liquid was talking about this. If you play not to lose, you're always going to lose in the end, because if you play to win, that's what you got to do. And that's what ANX is doing right now, continuously looking for picks, fighting their way out. If it backfires, so be it. They don't care if they go down 10,000, 20,000. But right here, look at the minimap. The second they get caught here, they don't look to help. They put Tempered Fate onto Odo Omne, into Trap, into Q. Holds exhaust until the CC is over. Look at the disengage from Miracle though. Max range, nothing gets interrupted. It's honestly a perfect setup onto Odo Omne, who was super fed.
That was so well played, and even Kira getting his ultimate off, having the presence of mind to do that, means that Ryu cannot go aggressive to follow that fight because he was chunked out too. So some little things making a big difference there for ANX. Their inhibitors are back now, and they are scaling.
This is close to as a reset in this game as we were going to get.
Always scaling, Crab.
Always scaling.
Always scaling.
Go for late game, guys.
Late game, doesn't matter.
Eventually, they run out of item slots. That's what I tell my team every time.
Well, still plenty of slots to fill for ANX as far as their items are concerned, but maybe give it 10, 15, perhaps 20 minutes and we could see. We've seen the magic from ANX before. We have another Infernal Drake spawning though, and H2K are going to look to take that. The odds are certainly stacked against Albus Nox Luna this particular game, but we've seen crazier things already.
They are massively, especially the fact that Yanko stole that first Infernal, and now they're kind of staring down the barrel of the shotgun with third Infernal on the map. If you get all three of those, it's such a massive advantage, and Jankos is behind them. They're looking for a fight here.
Big play again. He pops around you and stacks Kira, but he gets stunned up. Jankos gonna go down here. Kira burns the ulti, but there's the snipe. Takes him down. Ryu in the backline, doing so much damage as Miracle gets a shutdown, but it's just too much for H2K. Clean up 3 for 1, and Smurf and his GA gonna run back.
Yeah, beautiful flanking from H2K. Jankos is just a distraction. If he kills somebody, it's nice because it just gives Ryu access to the backline.
Certainly does. Ryu is the hero of this fight. He comes in from behind. They lose their jungler, but he takes down the AD carry, and they're looking to push and perhaps end the game right now with minions coming in.
They're just zoning him here. Licorice did make it back, but Miracle
dead.
That was dumb. As Oda1 destroys the poor support. H2K gonna push in, look to try and take this game down. And that's going to be it here. Smurf zoned out of his base. Going to get all in by Odo. Does take him down for the GA as the rest of his team is going to rip through the Nexus turret. Smurf flashes out. Does not want to give away one more kill. But there's the first Nexus for H2K.
Europe strikes first blood as the NALCS is H2K. EULCS, by mistake, is up 1-0 here in the quarterfinals. And they are looking good. They had some blunders in the late game, but their laning was so dominant. Odo Omne, a huge star here, and worked very, very well with Jankos in game 1.
But this game says so little about the series because it all started, honestly, with a blunder in the top lane. And it couldn't be any worse for ANX. 2 kills and double buffs onto a snowballing champion like the Jace. But despite it being such a large goal deficit, and honestly, let's call it what it is, a stomp.
Yep.
This was so entertaining to watch, and you could see semblances of ANX trying to fight back. So this was one of the more enjoyable games with a large gold lead that I've seen so far.
Yeah, and I actually do love the way that ANX played it because I do agree. You can kind of joke as much about like, oh, if you're playing not to lose, then you're going to lose. But it's true because when you're 10K, 15 go behind, you have to choose your fights. You have to take your moments to try to hope that your opponents mess up a fight. And you can get a big win and get a bear and do these things because if you don't, you will simply get choked out of the game. You lose control of your jungle. There's no way to come back.
Yeah, and then we saw a bit of the failures in Baron setup sneak back into H2K's gameplay. Obviously, it's so hard to say, like, has H2K forgotten how to Baron again? No, I don't think so. I think they got bought into the hype that they were so far ahead and they were skipping some steps. But it's good morale boost for ANX. They don't care how they got that Baron. They just care that they got it.
Yeah, and a lot of the fighting that we did see, despite how far behind they were, was a lot of how they got to this spot in the tournament already. If the game is much closer and they are able to either win some lanes or just stabilize them, how much better does that feel for ANX? Sure, it's a big loss for them, like you said, a stomp, but they have to think that we can definitely do it.
Yeah. And if there's one thing for H2K to be worried about, to me, it's not the Baron. It's the fact that they're kind of getting picked off in the late game, not really closing out super cleanly. But we'll see if they can fix that up in game number 2.
Well, we certainly are, but we are going to hand it back to Dash to break down that H2K victory.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. H2K starting it off right here with the victory against Albus Nox. And before we dive into the actual gameplay of it, let's look at champion select because this is very different than some of the prioritizations we've seen previously in the quarterfinals from other teams.
Well, I think it's very clear what H2K was trying to do, exploit the weakness that you mentioned beforehand. And Smurf, unable to play a tank, put him away from the Poppy, and immediately first rotation to Jace. There was so many different options open, and they just say, actually, they take their time. We want Jace for Odo Omne. We think that he's going to be able to carry it, and he delivers just that.
I really do think that Poppy Man was extremely intelligent because I am a super big fan of this, the defensive playstyle Poppy, you know, use Corrupting Potion and you teleport super early on so that you can just wait out that lane, basically, and you don't get this giant Jace that's going to try and smash. Like, anytime you have a game where there's a double kill, jungler and top laner go down that early into the game.
With a wave crashing.
Exactly, with a wave crashing.
Double buff.
That is just the biggest early game lead to the early game team.
Yeah, again, also looking at the draft, Kobe talked a lot about the Caitlyn being very important, remove it from Forgiven, and they obviously did in the first rotation, which I think was smart. I think the reason H2K didn't go for Syndra, which is something we normally would see as a first pick, is because Kira has played Jace against it in the past. So like, we don't want to pick Syndra and let them go Jace in the first rotation as a potential pick into it. We want the Jace ourselves for Odo Omne up in the top lane, so they had to first pick it and then give away some strong picks, honestly. I think ANX's composition was fine, until I saw the Bard.
One, we've seen a lot of teams prioritize Olaf very highly over the past few days, but I have to look at this Caitlyn first pick and wonder why Zyra didn't come along with it, because the Bard has been underwhelming to me. And when we looked at that bot lane, we were saying a winning bot lane for ANX might be the key, right? Relieve that pressure from a Miracle in terms of the CS advantages that Forgiven can build, and it didn't seem to come together with the Bard pick.
I mean, I'm not really sure why you would not take Desire, honestly. We've seen it work previously in the other sets. Or the Karma as well. Karma has an amazing synergy with the Olaf. Maybe they're not too comfortable on it. I really don't see a reason not to take it here in this match. And I think it was a pretty grave mistake. And I kind of see what they're doing. Make sure that you pick a strong bottom lane for ANX so that they can kind of mitigate that advantage. But if you had Desire, you would have been able to get a better lead.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where I kind of think it goes against that point in a way. Because if you were picking purely for bot lane, you would go Zyra, you would go Nami, Karma, like one of those 3 picks. Bot is more the playmaker, but he's very 50-50. You're either really good and you carry the game, or you're almost useless, which was the case in this game here. And also with the Olaf, like we talked about Olaf a lot here.
Yeah.
I think you need to pick things that like help him, buff him up, give him movement speed like a Karma. Don't just pick Olaf on his own, because then he doesn't add that much value.
Yeah, I mean, we can go into the picks, and examine them pretty closely, but in the end, a lot of it came down to the plays, especially at the very beginning of the game.
Right.
And that big of a.
I mean, and that's why I wanted to separate the picks and talk about the picks in isolation, because of course, any team composition will look bad when you hand over 2 kills early and then the other team runs away with it. And so with that, let's take a look at Albus Nox, who came in trying to make something happen, but H2K managed to turn it all around and start the snowball. Let's get another look brought to you by Acer.
And this in the top lane, we see Janko's face checking Stayhos. But honestly, once this happens, hello? Yeah, once this happens, this is just going to be a terrible flash from Smurf. Honestly, this was just not a good play. And Odoamne with a quick reaction, and Jankos is going to just watch around while they lose this. The wave is going to crash. You're going to force out the teleport. You're going to get ahead with that double buff. And once that play happens, there's just no coming back. You actually don't have a window. And you're supposed to build defensive onto the Gnar afterwards, but he goes and builds DPS, which just makes no sense.
I mean, I agree. Definitely. Maybe he was trying to catch up or something in terms of overall damage dealt, but that doesn't really mean anything in this game. Seeing a guy actually flash that wall aggressively, something I almost never see. And also against a guy who had flashed
But
still.
he succeeded in doing it.
He did flash the
because
wall.
most people would just fail that flash.
It's true, and then he actually wouldn't have died.
The problem is though, you have to take your small victories and realize that this is not, the play that you want it to be. Even though you would love this to be the play where Olaf catches Lee Sin face checking in this, and my Gnar is right next to me, and we kill this guy for first blood. This is not that play because the Gnar just isn't there, and they tried to force it. Taking that extra moment to try and walk down and then go for the flashes. It's just the distance between champions was not
wishful
there.
thinking.
And exactly.
Yeah, and with the wave crashing, CS is so much more important. That experience there, you have to make sure that you can catch that, as opposed to leaving that lane completely on a skirmish that you can lose. And if you do, the results are complete tragedy.
Obviously, he had been waiting there for quite some time. He was actually starting to recall, and then the face check happened. So I think he was looking for a gank first, realized he's not going to get it. Jungler shows up, he goes for it. But technically, he actually wanted to be bottom lane. That's why he picked the Bard, to try and set up ganks against the Zyra. But he went top. It all went wrong, and then everything kind of snowballed.
Right, and this is where we can look at those individual lane matchups and the way that H2K can really push an early game lead forward. Odoamne individually, 2,500 gold up at around 15 minutes here. That's breaking his previous record here at Worlds, being the largest deficit, or rather advantage at 15 of 1.8k against Mouse in an earlier game against EDG.
And I really liked his play after the laning phase, being able to roam towards the mid lane, roam bottom, just basically moving around the map, using that mobility from the Jace to just generate pressure and constrict the other parts of the map. We saw them taking the bottom turret and the mid lane turret quite early and aggressively, which is a really good thing. And I think that H2K's macro this game was very crisp, particularly with the way that they push towards mid lane, then move to the side lanes and create pressure that way. And you see that the gold graph here is just a complete nice little curve.
Yeah, and I think it's just so important also to highlight that every single member on this team is performing well enough to actually carry games right now. Odoamne might get the great start together with Jankos, but then Forgiven gets a bot tower, and then Rio takes over late game teamfights. Like, every member has had good performances in different games, and that just gives you so many ways you can both pick and ban, but also play in-game.
That being said, I think the thing that the casters talked about a little bit was skipping steps for H2K after they got this big lead. You can brush it off, but really the big difference between the Korean teams that are absolutely dominating is that they have discipline even in games where they get this far ahead. They don't skip those steps. And H2K, if they're already looking ahead to their next opponent, then you have to not skip these steps, and you have to get in the practice of going through those.
I don't think we can ignore the sloppiness for H2K, especially against a team like Albus Nox, because throughout the game, again, we saw this team making stabs back into it. This is what you talked about at the beginning of the day, Crumbs. The aggressiveness of this team is what is going to allow them to take games even when they are behind, because they're not going to let themselves get run over.
I mean, at this point, it's kind of hard to gauge if it's just the way that H2K is or if it's that Baron blunder, which, to be fair, I do think that the Baron was a little bit of a mistake. Just wait for the Syndra combo to go off, then you can smite it. But they got caught left, right, and center in the top side into the mid lane. It wasn't really making a whole lot of sense. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt because they played a good week too, but it's still something to look forward to.
The thing is, we've seen so many games here at Worlds come down to plays around Baron, come down to plays where, yeah, we have vision of the Syndra, but probably not that big of a chance to steal it. But so many games have come down to those, big Baron steals that in a best of 5, those will add up, and that could mean the difference between, getting far.
We need to see an H2K team, though, who's not already thinking about Samsung in the next round, because there's more games to be played here. ANX is definitely not done. Again, I think that the pick and ban phase actually was good. If you remove that mistake up in top lane, we would have a completely different game. Could have been much closer as well. So definitely for H2K, focus on the game right now. Don't make the mistakes in the late game, obviously, and then get your victories.
All right, well, H2K takes game 1, but Albus Nox not about to say die, so stick around because Worlds 2016 continues after the break.
You want me to make a Maokai page, my friend?
Oh my god, I've been waiting for you to say that for so long.
Flashed over, and now Steos is going to get aggressive. Jace takes him down, and now they're going to work on Smurf. Yankos is low. Smurf jumped on his head, but it's not enough as Odo looking for the early double kill. He is going to get it. There's 2.
We win this fight, we win this fight.
Here's the knockover. Here comes the chase. Steos is down. Ryu proto-belts himself under the turret. Looking for Ryu, but they can't get it. Miracle going to get his face crit off. He's not careful. Ryu gets himself a triple. There's the Quadra. They're going to chase it down for the Penta. Liquid, don't give it away.
If they want, they have the vision, they see them coming in, they will look to punish the Baron first.
Oh my god, he stole it! Odo Omne's going to take him now, but Miracle stands his ground and slays Odo Omne.
Hold up. I play with Civil, I go all up.
Okay, go and mid, You don't need to chase, go and.
But there's the first Nexus for H2K.
remember the fade in your eyes. I'm lost in space, floating away.
Well, H2K have a very good jungler, Yankas. I think he's actually the best European jungler at the moment. And also they have pretty good synergy at their bot lane. Forgiven is very scareful AD carry. I don't feel like I feel like a pressure from their top lane, but he's still pretty good. So all the H2K are good players, and they have one of the best European coaches probably.
Ooh, I think they were feeling the pressure after that first game from the top lane. Ooh, that was rough.
Pretty good is right.
Just a Jace, 2 kills, double buff. Pressured? No, not
no worries at all. Welcome back, everyone, to the Chicago Theater, where H2K is at 1-0 in tonight's best of 5. And we heard it already in the song. You guys have alluded to it already. Odo Omne.
And this guy was massive, but to me, it wasn't just about Odo Omne. It was about how he and Jankos worked so well together. You know, that top lane kind of tragedy that happened. You have to remember, that was a trap that ANX started. They wanted that fight, but Smurf and PvP Stayhouse were not on the same page.
And it's in those situations that you need innate synergy, because there's not enough time to talk. It's all about what you can feel each other's as players. Because that was a good bait setup by ANX. They had the fake leash in the early game. They surprised Jankos stepping in there, but they still pulled ahead. And for me, it's just so nice to see that Odo Omne can actually start carrying, because he was very typecast as a tank player very often. He was the utility, or when he played Gangplank, he would die over and over himself to give his ultimate to his team. So he was a very supportive role. But right now in the newer H2K, where everybody kind of carries every lane and they all keep winning, and that's how they snowball, he's definitely showing up.
And I think it makes that team so scary, because when you have a potent early game jungler, you have 3 winning lanes, this guy can go anywhere. As an opposing jungler, how do you track him?
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, he got the top lane carry, snowballed with a bit of help from Jankos, and took over the lane. Ryu and Forgiven got very normal, very safe picks, it felt like, and they just kind of did their thing and took over mid-game.
Yeah, Forgiven was like a support at one point. He's 0-1 in 14. When I looked at the score right there, and that's what he was doing. And he was reduced to kind of the style he played when he was in Gambit, and when he himself felt very unsuccessful. However, he was helped by his team having 2 pushing lanes here. Like the bans here from ANX, by the way. Sivir, probably another Jhin ban coming up, and then the first big lane.
Yeah, I mean, they obviously do not like dealing with that Sivir. They're trying to take it away, because H2K was able to have a successful bot lane with no bot side pressure, right? We did not have to see Lee Sin down there at all.
Yeah, no Jhin ban, obviously, because Forgiven doesn't play it, but it should be the first big Caitlyn if the stars align, especially since H2K have shown that they don't care too much about the Syndra. So this should be a reply here where H2K probably won an early Zyra again, and they need to find another answer here. What has Forgiven picked up that he can lane into Caitlyn?
I would really like to see that Zyra taken away, because I think that giving Lecrit that kind of comfort pick, something that's really strong in the meta and that he's really strong on, could be a mistake.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Stayos is going to do with the Olaf across off the board. Is stealing the Lee Sin worth it for H2K here? I'm doubting because I feel like Steos can just play the Elise.
Yeah, he can just play the Elise, and he always does have Graves as that kind of comfort pick to fall back on. It's not huge in the meta right now, but this guy loves to play it.
Within a Worlds metagame, Zyra Syndra would be the ideal rotation here, but I wonder if they change their opinion. Maybe just go for another Jace. It went fine last game.
I mean, they can flex it as well. Oda going to flash some Rammus for a bit of style, but the Zyra is already locked in there for H2K, so we'll see what they pair it with. And once again, they'll pick Jace, likely for Oda 1 there.
And I feel like they just think that they have a strong laning advantage in this top lane.
Yeah.
So give this guy the advantageous lane matchup. Allow him the ability to try to snowball and take it over. It worked in game 1. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, but definitely go in with the mindset that it won't be as easy as it was before. Odwamne made a few tiny mistakes overextending in the late game. But again, I'm not going to blame that as a lack of awareness from H2K. I think they just bought into the fact that they were so far ahead that they could play a more relaxed style of League of Legends. But definitely the lack of Syndra priority confuses me, and I wonder if it's going to change in the series. Once the games get closer, Syndra can really dominate these team fights.
Certainly can, and I think that although Vladimir is up as that safe lane pick, we talked about it again, it doesn't actually deal with the pick in the rest of the game. It only survives lane.
It survives lane, but gets pushed in, which means Syndra can roam, and that can cause like a cascading effect where the card house starts falling down. Because Syndra leaving lane can influence those winning lanes. Winning lanes push up, Syndra gets behind, 2 kills, it's over.
Well, you can see Elise and Na there for ANX, so Steos kind of taking the pick we expected him to here, and Nerf going to go back to a lane that he probably feels comfortable with. Forgiven will have to go to Lucian with 2 Eddie carries taken away, and Jankos, if it ain't broke, no need to fix it, going to take Elise in again.
And I think that the Lucian, it is a very strong lane, and if you can catch people in these Zyra routes, you can get very good trades, very aggressive trades. But if it's just a straight up standard lane, you can get bullied in, and it's not going to be. It's going to be Alistar Caitlyn. This is something that has been very popular in the World's meta, the headbutt pulverize combo into the traps. But the problem becomes, if you just chill in a 2v2 in lane, you're going to get smashed by the Zyra.
Yeah, you get smashed, but there's always the threat of a Q flashing to knock backwards, especially since he'll be sporting the Ignite. The plan is quite simple for ANX. They want lanes that can be influenced on every lane by their jungler and their support, so they want to get some sense of pushing threat in the mid lane. It could be the Aurelion Sol, it can also be the Syndra. So likely to push in either matchup, then the Syndra can leave, start influencing a very, honestly, tippy matchup in the top lane. Narkin can get ahead of a Jace, and when he does, it's very hard for Jace to strike back. Combine that with jungle pressure, the early game will be a good indicator of how this game's going to go.
And if the Gnar gets ahead of the Jace, especially in combination with the Elise, that's one of the easiest dives in the game as far as a 2v1. So Odwamne is going to have to show respect there. Will be Vladimir locked in again. Repeat of the last matchup.
Yeah, this will be much harder for H2K's bot lane again. Yes, they could get push advantage, but they're playing double very short-range champions into an Alistar that can get ganks from an Elise. It's very hard to continuously play forward and avoid ganks at the same time, especially when your mid laner does not have the priority.
We do have to remember, though, that Lecrit has to have the confidence to make those plays, has to be moving around the map, getting stuff done, because if you sit back, if you just play it passively, Zyra will harass you out of lane. They will get massive advantages in that way, so you must pull the trigger, make stuff happen.
And it's just very few changes, really, for H2K. Every pick is the same except for Forgiven, who did have to change to another short-range AD carry and Lucian. I feel like ANX have shifted a couple of things, not too much, but they've kind of put the power where they want it to be. Liquid, big playmaker on the Alistar, and Steos on a much more aggressive gank-heavy jungler with Elise.
But if I look at just the draft, I almost want to say that ANX clearly won it.
Well, Coach is going to shake hands. Wonder what they think. Guess we'll find out as we get ourselves onto the roof. Don't forget, though, to join the conversation on Twitter and share your favorite moments from Worlds 2016 using the hashtag #WorldBigPlays. And you can continue getting your team hashtags rolling out there as well. ANX have a lot of fans out there in the world right now. We've heard them here in the crowd, we've heard them out there online, but H2K maybe silencing some of that with that very crisp game 1.
I think they definitely did. In ANX, you have to feel like they need to strike back here in game number 2. If you go down 2-0 against H2K, the reverse sweep is going to be really tough to pull off.
Well, that's technically the only way you can reverse sweep, though.
There you go. That's why I'm saying you don't want to get into that reverse sweep situation.
That's true.
Got tied up, Crepo. Keep up, keep up.
Gotta go back to European style, you know, get those ties out.
Yeah. H2K has the experience there, so I don't know if it goes to a tie, you know, they got the advantage.
More than enough ties on the caster desk. Thank you very much. As you are out onto the rift, you can hear the crowd once again cheering for Alvis Nox Luna. We have swapped sides around. And we'll see if Miracle and Licorice can maybe get a bit more leverage here. And just in general, ANX, they kind of pick themselves the right tools to get stuff done. See if they can get more of their early game done this time.
Yeah, and last game we saw two of the most important concepts of, honestly, the first 5 minutes in League of Legends come to fruition. It is information sharing, and especially in terms of leashes. The fake leash in the top lane had a completely surprising effect there when Steos found Jankos, and then also the importance of early lane push in the bot lane. And H2K seem very set on getting that one again, but we see a different approach here from ANX. Wanting to punish maybe Vander when he goes for a ward. I really hope for their sake that they don't commit to another camp here. Alistar plus Krugs really isn't good for this lane matchup for a multitude of reasons. I'm not going to delve into it too much because then people start snoozing. But we'll definitely see a fight for the push here early.
Yeah, and I think that they aren't going to go for that. I think they realized their mistake from last time. They've worded out that Zyra is hanging out here. They know they don't want to give up that early push, and I think with that early Relic Shield, you can easily get that push going for yourself.
Ooh, I wonder if they actually let Forgiven walk in and go for the freeze and then kind of stomp him from out of brush, because that's what he did last game. He walked into the lane to get the mini freeze, but technically if they're in the brush, there's a chance. There's so many like what ifs that could happen. Let's just find out what happens.
Well, here we are in the bottom lane. Forgiven actually hanging back pretty far. Kira and Ryu will go back into the same matchup here. See if Kira can have a bit more success early on. Nice little Thunderlord's proc there, getting some damage down. And I guess the other change early on is that the junglers will be starting on the same side of the map this time around as well. So no tricks this time from ANX, but we'll see if they get more aggressive down towards that bottom side or not.
Yeah, certainly no tricks just yet with that, but there can always be adjustments as far as pathing go. There's ways that you can kind of mix it up.
Trap start by a Miracle here is peculiar to say the least. H2K get the push again. They were definitely looking for some queso right there.
Yeah, they were. I think the only thing that you could say is they're hoping that Forgiven goes for that freeze. Yeah. You Q flash, you trap him out of that, you get first blood.
Plus
that was what they were looking for. But that said, you still shouldn't have leveled up your trap until that happens.
Yeah, you should wait with skilling. You saw the ward on your screen as well in the second brush. He was placed at basically 150 by Vander, spotted out the trap that ANX has set up, and then H2K played it perfectly, you know, calmly just poking out, getting control, pushing as just a margin as fast as they need. You don't want to overpush. You want to deny as many minions and make it an awkward wave that hits a turret, and that's how they want to get a CF advantage. Now Smurf, or Liquid rather, is level 2. That's the threat of an all-in with Alistar. That's what H2K need to play around, but still, they're in such a comfortable position.
They certainly are, and it's not the start that the ANX bot lane was hoping for, but obviously a couple minions, not that big of a deal.
We'll see if that keeps growing here. Is Kira and Ryu doing battle. Kira burning a lot of that mana pool, but does chunk Ryu down pretty nicely. Vlad is particularly vulnerable in the early levels, but Kira, see if you can, again, affect those side lanes a little more now that he is getting those pushes going.
Yeah, much different approach here from the first game. We see both junglers got a leash from their top laners, and they're pathing down to at least get river control. Really good Scuttle Crab contestation there as well. Getting the Scuttle Crab means a lot for these teams. We're going to see if there's some more priority coming out from the junglers.
You can see Jankos is actually a camp or two full ahead because Steos was kind of not doing that hard clear. He was hanging around, looking to see if he could find anybody. He wasn't able to, and as a result, Jankos is going to be first to kind of make a move here, perhaps in the mid lane.
Yeah, he put a ward near the Scuttle Crab, but didn't want to waste time looking it. He's going for Kira here, who's low on mana. Kira smartly going to the right side. The little game that Jankos is playing that we can follow too. He walked into River. He didn't want to waste time taking the Scuttle Crab, so he places a ward that could potentially spot Steos if he goes to check for it. And then Jankos just keeps power clearing, going for an efficient gank in the mid lane here. He's trying to accelerate the game, leaving his bot lane slightly exposed, but they bounced the wave. Look at Forgiven and Vander now too. They're much safer. They're respecting the threat of an Olaf, of a Elise gank with an Alistar with Flash early on. So H2K very much so playing as a unit.
It feels like one of our big questions for H2K's bottom lane in particular was, can they deviate from their style? Well, not really. They always want to play the same way, but they can adapt within that mode, it feels like.
Definitely, we see a different H2K here. Forgiven and Vander are not mindlessly pushing up. They say, you know what, at least start the top side. We don't know where he is. We're playing against a guy that loves to pull the trigger on the flash. Let's just back out. They will take some poke here, and they will buy into the range disadvantage that Kaelan has.
Oh, hello. Straight in onto Forgiven. Licorice not quite clear enough to cleanly combo out, but I love the aggression.
I actually like it myself too. Trade a little bit of your health and mana, get Forgiven into an uncomfortable position, but they're actually just going to take this time, it looks like, to fully base, and at least just on Licorice. Interesting.
Yeah, they want to send him back. Just get
He's going topside.
Because you want to, he can roam, And but the reason you don't want to base right there is because it's too easy of a bounce there for Forgiven and Vander, and a Miracle can actually farm on the turret if this wave gets shoved in. The reaction when people base is usually to go fast shove, so he's just going to pick up those minions under the turret.
And this is going to be super unexpected. This was an early base from Liquid. I don't think Odoame is going to be expecting this guy to be topside, but that said, he doesn't even have boots. It's taking him forever to get up here, and they're actually pinging the possibility of him being up here now, so he's wasting so much time just kind of wandering around the map.
Because this is a play you see very often in scrims where supports on first base try to influence other lanes because of the nature of the play. It's so unpredictable.
Feels like the right play, but no rewards there for Liquid. Unfortunately, Odo actually completes his base. Now with double Dorans and 2 longswords, not the same lead nearly that he had at this time around in game number 1, but is actually still playing and should continue to be aggressive. Smurfer, to his credit, stabilizing the lane much better here.
Yeah, Kira, once he hits 6 there and he has the lost chapter and he gets his next blue buff, that's the breaking point in the early game. That's when Ryu's gonna start eating too many orbs that he can't really dodge, and he's gonna lose the lane pressure. Let me see if Kira can then roam, because if H2K get pushed in bot lane, nothing's preventing them to get Dole 4v2 here. That's definitely something they need to keep track of.
Yeah, not at all, especially because the Zyra is so squishy. If you hit any sort of CC on this Zyra, she's dead to a Syndra roam. So that's something they're always going to have to be aware of. You also have to track the fact that it's Cocoon, it's the combo from Alistar, and we have traps plus the Syndra stun. Those are 4 forms of CC that are easily lived.
Odoamne back in again, but good trade onto Smurf. Smurf's actually going to hop back in and trade back. Not too bad there, but Jankos was roaming up as well. Steos is on this side of the map, but he might lose a camp here. Good ward from
level
Jankos.
advantage.
Gonna spot him, but he wants it. Oh my god, he's a genius. Swoops in, does get the camp, and now what does he get? He forces a flash. Jankos, great heads-up play.
Steos actually had his smite. He could have just smited that. I don't know if he was looking somewhere else on the map. That's the only thing I can think.
Oh, your Smurf's going in for the 1v2. That's under the assumption that it was smiteable. Maybe it was the level difference. Jankos had a slightly better smite. Maybe they were running the numbers. We'd have to go check back. In the end, it doesn't really matter too much. Jankos went in for the aggressive play, got the flash, got the Grom steal, and is definitely full level head right now, it seems, of his opponent.
Confidence in Smurf though. Does go in, look for something, but isn't going to find it. And Steos just going to move back to that bottom side. Ryu actually going back. Does have that Spectre's Cow, so things should get better in his 1v1 matchup.
And with Steos actually moving to the bot side here, and H2K so far up, they're going to have to be careful. They actually have no vision whatsoever. Steos is going to get behind them. We'll see if Liquid will go.
Oh, Forgiven now going to get comboed in by the crit. Forgiven trying to dash out of the way, but here comes Elise as well. Vander now has to move out of the way to get
TP coming in from Odoamne.
Vitalik going to move back in, looking for Forgiven. Exhaust is down, and they're trying to kite it out. Odo finally makes it in, and ANX just don't have enough. Kira is finally going to make it, but Odo gets first blood again! As H2K are going to try and book it. The ulti's there from Kira, but it's not enough to take out Odo, and now he's going to slay. Odo finally goes down, but Jankos goes back in. Got no kick. Ryu in here with a massive 4-man Hemo flank. Flash tied the bomb, looking for a little bit more, but Kira gonna stun him up again. Liquid does go down to Jankos on the other side of the fight. It's a disaster. Smurf turns it around. Strangleborn's going to knock him up, and he goes down as well. It's just not enough to save anyone.
And ANX is just completely not on the same page there. As they're going forward, a Miracle is running away. Smurf TP'd in way too late, and that was just a tragedy for ANX. This game has already gone pear-shaped.
What a massacre here for H2K. They get 4 kills to 1. Steos has to steal this dragon, but there's no way for him to get into the pit. No flash, he can repel up. Doesn't have the range to reach it. He's trying to find out how low this dragon exactly is. As he curves around the corner, it's down. They bought into that play so much. It was the right idea. Gank the bot lane, but Forgiven respected the play enough. He held enough range here. Not getting into Q flash range ever, which meant Liquid had to expend this flash, which means no dash backwards.
But watch a Miracle here. He just turns around. He's not even getting involved. The TP comes in. He's like, all right, we're out. The rest of his team is all in. Where's the TP coming in from Smurf? That is like a full 5 seconds late after Odoamne. They're just not on the same page at all. And if Smurf TP'd in first, I think they win this fight.
Definitely, if the engage is a coordinated effort here with the TP. Miracle, that was his first auto attack in over 10 seconds, it feels like.
Yep.
Definitely great job pointing that one out, and that's honestly the change for this fight. If you are the team setting up the play, you gotta commit. You gotta throw all your resources at it, especially when you have a role play like the Syndra. Definitely a big weakness here for ANX, not using the pattern of plays that we've seen in so many games. Syndra push up, roam down, jungler comes with you, teleport, just completely annihilate bot lane and then get the turret.
And Jankos this time is the slacker. The first time he has not participated in a first blood. here at Worlds for H2K. Odo, though, keeps his perfect record for the series. Does get it again.
Ooh, he does get involved in 3 kills right after it, though, so not too bad. We'll give him a free pass on this one.
Maybe it was close enough. Still counts.
He's like, I'm in range, it's fine. I basically count. Well, once again, H2K have jumped out to a 2,000 gold lead here. 10.5 minutes in, and ANX, I love what they tried there, but now H2K with pressure, with momentum. We see what they can get done. This is Odo just going back in, and Smurf just can't do much of anything.
Oh, it's like you're going to get some PTSD here if you're Smurf, and Jankos is coming. This could be that 2v2 turned around.
Not quite what they wanted it to be. Odo's going to look for it again. Smurf humps his way out, but here comes Jankos again. Kick after the Q. Jankos takes down another.
And it's those little things, applying the Q before the R here. Jankos tanking the turret.
Oh my goodness!
Flashback to last game. Oluwamne is fed. Up 30 plus CS. He's going to be working on this turret. Smurf has no teleport. This turret is going down. And Oluwamne, once again, monstrous lead in the top lane.
He's smashing some kids right now. It's honestly dirty how far this Jason's head in 2 games in a row. They had the right reactions in the bot lane. Part of me wonders what happens when that play of ANX is executed perfectly. That is something that hopefully H2K take home, but they are reacting so well in the moment, and especially the point that Azale brought up earlier, the innate jungler top lane synergy, it's there, because you can see it. Jankos was reacting to Oluwamne holding back. Oluwamne holds back, which means Jankos can tank the turret, which means they can chase out perfectly. No chance for turnaround right there. Very cleanly executed play.
Even in the earlier play there, Oluwamne has the faith in and communication with his jungler to know he can turn around at the right time, forcing Smurf back, allowing them to have a 2v1.
Kira actually looking again, but he's got no mana. Now going to get chased down. Jankos lines up another Q, but goes spot by Kira, keeps him safe.
And they respect the fog of war. It's a game of low percentage plays, especially when you are 4,000 gold ahead already. You don't need to over chase. Very calm and collected.
Oh, gets him into the wall, carries him all the way, but Miracle taking damage. Tail looks for the flash cocoon and misses. H2K's bottom lane get away again.
That was so well played by Forgiven. Instead of trying to hit the Alistar, he pushes back the Caitlyn, keeping his support safe.
Oh, so well played by Vander. He had a flash and he never got afraid, especially since his AD carry is still at heal. Both, yeah, give credit to supports, Azale. No, definitely well played by both. They know that they're not in threat of danger. They know exactly where the jungler is. He didn't even panic flash that cocoon. H2K seemed so in control of the game, really. And this is such a stark contrast, because in the middle of the split, their communication was so erratic. It was, in heat of the moment, they could never back out from place. Once H2K started going, they kept going. Everyone was just yelling, go, go, go. And now Vander misses.
Oh, again, looking for Vander. Maybe a little squishy this time. Headshots on enough. The exhaust keeps him alive, but Lucra wanted. He's trying to trample all the way down in the plants. But Vander gets away with it, burns all the summoners to do so.
And look how much time Steos has spent on the bot side of the map trying to force something, trying to make something happen. All this time, Jankos is getting further ahead. He's up 20 CS in the jungle too. He is being very efficient, and Steos is feeling the pressure. Feels like, I have to help this lane out.
Another 2v3 bot lane for H2K.
Oh, Ryu stunned again, but Kira again. Not enough mana here versus that Spirit Visage to really do anything.
That's the nature of this matchup. You need to get ahead in the Syndra versus Vladimir before this point, before Spirit Visage. If not, Ryu, especially when he has a jungler and vision around him, can start playing aggressive. And look, Oluwamne pathed down, ready for the dive.
Yep, exactly, and that's the advantage he has gained from this massive topside lead.
Dive again. Ryu should have all the tools to do so. No ultimate, but that's going to be okay. Miracle's actually the one getting dove. Tango's going to kick him in the face. Forgiven just cleans up one last order as ANX commit the TP, then cancel it. As Odo's backing onto Kira, knocks him back. The stun's not bad. Kira flashes out of the way, but H2K take over that mid lane.
H2K are just striking on all sides of the map, and Smurf, there was nothing he could do with that TP. His AD carry is already long dead.
And I just love watching greatly Sin players. They could approach hoping to save their flash if they just kick, but they know if the enemy has flash, he's waiting for that exact pattern.
Oh no. Kira, that's enough to the sky. It just crushes down on his head.
Slam dunk for Oluwamne, and he wants more.
PvP Steos caught up this time, repels back down, but Odo looking for it again. The Hemoplex enough for you. Just takes him down, and now the crit. He's going to come into the blender. Oluwamne looking to fire more shots in, but Liquid keeps his life alive. H2K going to claim the mid-outer, 3 turrets to nothing, and a gigantic gold lead.
It's getting tough to watch here as ANX is just losing on all sides of the map. They just don't seem to be able to keep up, and this is H2K in rare form. They are playing an immaculate game of League of Legends.
Yeah, they're punishing Albus Nox Luna. It's the nature of a team that comes in with a lot of surprises in terms of gameplay and picks.
It just feels like Oluwamne can do no wrong.
Yeah, it's too easy right now for him. We need to put hard mode on, some of those ultimate bots in the game, to dodge everything. But no, this is also, it's part of the trajectory for ANX. You come into a tournament and you are a wild card in the literal sense of the word, where nobody knows what to expect and you get surprised. But the farther you go into the tournament, and the more you kind of start screaming these teams as well, the more you get found out and honestly downloaded, and that's what H2K is doing. They're completely outplaying ANX across the board.
Yeah, ANX talked about how after that week 1 win, they started getting all those scrim partners. And yes, that's great practice and you can improve, but they lost the element of surprise kind of by starting to practice with these teams. And they even talked about the fact that they had practiced specifically with H2K.
Let's kind of wrap it all together. We have seen some perfectly good, solid, standard play from ANX as well. They're not just, you know, a team that plays only chaotic and that's it. And we saw the execution that could have been in this game and the last game, but they're just not quite on the same level as H2K right now, and that's costing them in so many of these early games.
But they're going up against a team that has players that have hit critical mass in terms of tournament form. Odoamne is playing amongst the best top laners in the tournament. He's being praised by his peers as well. We have Forgiven, who is a great AD carry, who finally has shown more flexibility in style as well. He's not with Vander just mindlessly pushing up here. He's actually baiting ganks, forcing Stayos to stay around for so long. As a unit, H2K is using all that information and punishing Albus Natsuna. So it's finally all tying together, and that's what was missing for so long for H2K.
It really is, and it has to be a bit frustrating for ANX, because both last game with the 2v2 top lane and this game with the party in the bot lane, if they had executed a little bit better, they could be the ones with the massive lead. They could be the ones snowballing the game, but instead, it's H2K astronomically ahead once again.
And credit to H2K, they're not only good at getting early leads, but they snowball almost harder than any other team in the tournament. They are on an absolute tear. Don't forget, they're 5-0 right now as far as overall wins go. This could be their 6th straight Worlds win in a row.
Yeah, their gold progression in the games is honestly fantastic to watch. Give them a little bit, they take so much more. When the Dragon goes down here, there was some questions in their closing ability last game, but shouldn't look into it too much. They have another chance to prove that they can cleanly close with a large gold advantage. But still, even if they do it sloppily, they're setting themselves up to be 2-0 in a quarterfinal. Honestly, something not expected for H2K coming into the tournament.
Well, you can see right now, Smurf is trying something cute here, but Forgiven once again playing with a lot of respect and restraint. We'll just let Miracle farm up here.
And it's like Repo talked about earlier, respect Fog of War.
Yeah.
Until you see that Gnar somewhere else, give him the respect that he's in that bush.
Especially when the map is so tiny. You could run out of options, you know, where could he be? He could be standing behind his tier 1 turret, that's about it. If he's not there, well, then he has to be somewhere in the bot lane trying to cheese you. And H2K completely choke out vision. Again, they want a 1-1-3 or 1-3-1. Just put the Forgiven near the most vulnerable turret here. Ryu, put him in the long side lane. He can duel, especially since his Gnar is itemizing armor too. Against the Vladimir, he's just going to get put into the dumpster. Well, all these little things.
Been a lot of what the lanes have looked like, unfortunately. ANX have certainly struggled versus some strong opponents on H2K. Odoamne once again was off to a flying start, but it's been a little less chaotic than the game before. H2K, regardless, is still up almost 10,000 gold at under 20 minutes.
And it's also so hard to judge these drafts, and you know, because you look at the draft and I'm like, ANX won this, you know. If they do X and Y, they can outplay it, but maybe we're overlooking something, or maybe just H2K is such a great team. It's so hard to then get an accurate assessment of these picks. Also for H2K, if they go to the next round here in semifinals, hopefully they have the right context for some of these Syndra matchups, because if they play against a roaming mid laner that can get more influence, definitely could be possible.
Well, you can see again, H2K are sticking with the aggression that they love. Black Cleaver second for Odoamne, Protobelt second once again for Ryu. This is a team that gets their lead, gets the right items to push it, and then just pushes really hard.
Exactly, and having these mid-game spikes, those 2-item spikes where these champions are at their strongest this early, makes it so they can put themselves in a position to really blow the game wide open with one more fight.
And see a bit of a physic here.
Surprise! Ooh,
the anchor should be fine. Has kick still available.
Oh, good flash. Gnar gets a couple walls there as well. Kira, JCC, and there's a pick for ANX.
Doesn't decide to pull the flash trigger. A lot of cooldowns used though. And that's what they were doing. H2K was building out their Baron vision. They had Odoamne in the bot lane, pushing up uncontested. They wanted to prep for a 20-minute Nashor.
Ooh, that's awkward.
A little bit unlucky there for Lecrit, but
did he preempt that with a W, or was that just a straight Q flash?
It was I think he looked to headbutt and didn't hit the headbutt button on the target he wanted.
Yeah, no, he definitely flashed.
think it was a flash Q looking for the headbutt after, but not quite connected there for Licrit. We'll have a little check on that.
Yep,
but
still.
Odo is still just split pushing these side lanes.
Exactly, and ANX, once again, they know they need to make a play. They go for it. They layer the CC very well. The Lee's followed up by that Gnar and the Syndra. They get a kill, and they start to fight back. They need to continuously look for these kind of picks and just claw their way slowly back into the game.
And honestly, it was just a straight-up whiff here for Licrit. And with Alistar, you can't afford to do that, especially now that the cooldown reduction boots kind of have been removed, or the summoner cooldown, the distortion, is no longer in the game. It was such a strong, powerful tool because Alistar could always go for these plays every 3 minutes. Right now, you're reduced to doing it every 4.5. So much vision right now for H2K as well. Look at how far back the trap line is for Caitlyn. That's generally an indicator of how far behind the team is on the vision game.
And he talks about it already. I just feel like ANX do need to make some plays, and those are the picks they want. Unfortunately, like we could see, it cost them so many cooldowns just to get 1 kill. Zara ulti's really blocking a lot of the party that they could be having as well. And H2K, a very speedy Baron start.
Yeah, they're going for the 2-man Baron here, showing their support and AD carry in the mid lane. They finish off mid wave, then rotate in here. They're kind of lucky Alistar was too afraid to peek around, but it is a smart strategy. ANX is going to expect the Baron to be started right now, but it's already on 4,000 HP.
Yeah, this is just going to be gone. It's going to be too little too late, and they're committing to it. The culling blown there from Forgiven is really smart. They're the ones pulling the sneaky Baron against ANX.
They've been spotted, but Ryu's just going to have to book it out. He pulls out of the way. He does have his flash, but won't have to expend it there. Don't forget Odo1, they were still bottom lane without his teleport, so that was very well played
And
by
now he has
H2K.
the Baron buff, which Smurf can't contend with. You know, he's not able to clear out that wave. They get the turret.
Part of me feels it's still so risky to go for that play,
Oh,
though.
it's very risky.
No teleport on your top laner. Licrit could have just walked in, warded, flash comboed, maybe turn it around.
Roll.
So bold, but right now, if it pays off big.
Yeah, Licrit's like, yeah, get me out of here. Oh, the kick's not enough, but Odo1, they might just go in anyway. Licrit almost about to get himself destroyed by a very fed Jace. But H2K instead, they'll group together in mid lane and try and shove down some more turrets with their very fresh Baron buff.
Good for Jace here. They're relatively short range, so they're susceptible to the QE here. But if they get hit and everybody forgets about Ryu, he's just going to 1v9 the team fights.
And Ryu was just zoning them off the side, even expending the ultimate to push them back, threaten that dive, and allows them to pick up more gold, get further and further ahead. And he's going in.
Ryu's in, looks for the proto, but last few missiles do get him, and he's pulled his way out with style. Licrit, good 3-man pole. They need to follow up those strangleforms again. Gonna keep them out of the way. Licrit almost goes down, but has not enough damage.
And Vander playing a great defensive Zyra as well. 2-man snare. They're in the backline. Don't have enough range on the side of ANX to get to Ryu. That means Odoalne is uncontested in the bot lane.
This is part of the issue. Jace just doing so much work with his structures early on, particularly empowered by Baron. H2K can look for a bit of a greedy one here. Vander finds 2 with the Stranglethorns, but Stales just goes down. Odo1, they know on a killing spree. Gnar finds 2. Wall doesn't connect on Licrit. He goes in again. It's a great pull, but it's just not enough. Forgiven takes out Smurf. There's the ace for H2K. They collect the bot inhib, and they're not done.
Yeah, Albus knocks Luna playing whack-a-mole on hard mode. You solve one problem, but 2 more pop up. H2K is everywhere and just slaughtering them.
Oh, goodbye, Kira. There's the ace again for H2K. The Nexus turrets are going to go down, and H2K will go up 2-0 in the quarterfinals.
23 minutes into the game, they close it out. We asked, can they close out the games with a lead? And I think that is a resounding yes, as H2K looks even better in game number 2.
What a complete smash here.
And we said, you know what, that Baron control, maybe looking a little iffy for H2K in game 1. You know how they solved it? They're like, 22-minute Baron, let's do it.
They pulled an ANX on ANX. That's how these guys won their games twice. They snuck the Baron to turn around games and take it over. They flip it right back on them.
The Albus Nox signature play turned around against them. 2-man Baron start. Every Baron play has a counter. There's always risk involved, but H2K very decisive in their approach. More importantly, they just got another big gold lead early. And again, protagonist in that one, Odoamne.
I mean, Odoamne is just having insane stats across the board. He's breaking his own records. And H2K actually broke another record here for this tournament. That is the fastest game at Worlds now at 23:38, I believe. And with the speed that they're playing, it's just amazing to watch.
And they probably have the largest gold lead at 23 minutes in the league too. That was like 18,000. They were already almost approaching the point of the game where you have a larger gold lead than there are minutes in the game, which means you're smashing.
Yeah, you're really smashing. These guys are just playing too well. It's we talked about all the ways that ANX can win and what they kind of have to do, and it just feels like H2K has compensated for everything that ANX can do. They're outplaying them individually. They're outplaying them macro-wise. They're giving respect to the potential of ANX pulling off cheese and being roaming, etc., etc.
And when we say that, we can start listing them and see what they counter. They stayed out of range of the Alistar Flash Pulverize. Forgiven dodged it twice. They didn't get ganked by Steos early, knowing where he was in the early game. Ryu stayed even in the matchup. They didn't let Syndra roam. They were first on the teleport. All these things were greatly executed by H2K, and that led to them winning the game so easily.
And it's interesting to see, strong drafts there in general, but we are going to get a bit more as we go back to the analyst desk to go over the action from game number 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Another quick victory picked up here for H2K. Sub 24 minutes, the new fastest of this Worlds. But I really do feel like we have to throw some criticism at ANX for the draft phase here in terms of adjustments made. A peculiar Olaf ban in lieu of the fact that Jankos had a very good Lee Sin game prior and would be perfectly willing to take it again, especially if you were going to ban out the Sivir, which would have been one of the nicer combos with the Olaf, and leaving Jace up one more time.
Yeah, I mean, the Sivir ban, that just makes no sense. Sivir has not been a contested pick at Worlds at all. What are you trying to say? We don't like the way the laning phase went earlier?
Utility Forgiven is very scary.
I'm very confused with this. Letting the Jace go through again, and then Auto Omni just uses the buckle on the belt and goes even harder this time. I mean, this is just a complete destruction from H2K.
Kobe, you looking pain.
You want me to get in on picks and bans?
I mean, I want some help. I mean, come on.
Yeah, so the thing is, Sivir, I 100% agree. Not worth banning against Forgiven. Whenever he plays Sivir, it's all about topside instead, which is more than okay, when you play against H2K. It actually makes it very predictable. Okay, Odam is going to be the carry. Maybe try and shut that down. And again, it's not been like a fantastic pick for Forgiven in the past compared to other champions. Olaf ban, 100% agree. If you have a player who can play Lee Sin at the top level, Lee Sin becomes an A-tier pick instantly. So when you ban Olaf, when you ban, let's say, Lee Sin, these kind of picks, it doesn't really matter because the guy can just pick Lee Sin and he will carry. We saw Peanut do it yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams have been putting more emphasis on Olaf than I think it deserves. The difference between Olaf and the next step down of Rek'Sai or Lee Sin or Elise or something like that is not as huge as like the difference between a huge lane bully, getting a winning lane for one of your solo lanes or something like that. I think just the biggest problem here though is that like NX this time they try to play around the bottom side instead of the top side, and they're like, all right, we gotta try something different. We're gonna get this Alistar, we're gonna combo a bunch of CC, but the coordination is not there. So they lost last game off top side, they lost this game off bottom side, and
that's the big thing. If we can separate champions like that again and get into the gameplay of it, it is all about the execution, because once again, our first replay is brought to you by Acer, a 4-for-1 party in the bot lane. But again, this is started off by ANX. They're the aggressors here, so they're opting into this, but yet they don't execute properly.
And they're not in communication, because right here you would have wanted to see a trap with the Caitlyn combo, but it's just not there.
The other thing is that Gnar was under his turret. So if Gnar was scared of Jace stopping the teleport, Jace would have had to turret dive that to get in there and knock him back. And, if they're coordinating their jungle gank with their Alistar, so much playmaking ability, don't, have the top laner there early as well, then this kind of thing gets turned around very quickly, even though they also had the mid laner roam first. Like, they had so many pieces first.
But the full channel of Jace came all the way through by the time Smurf even started his TP.
Exactly, and Jace have so much impact in these early fights, obviously. I think just the sad thing for ANX is their composition gets to look like, or the pick and ban phase looks even worse because this play goes so wrong. And again, that's on execution. I actually think going Alistar against Zyra, it makes a lot of sense because you want to try and camp that lane. Zyra can't really get out of the combo in any way, and then obviously follow up by a trap, and she should actually die.
Well, speaking of traps, I mean, okay, so you start trap level 1. Not really sure why. We're thinking maybe they're trying to cheese, maybe an early gank to the bottom side, but the route that Elise takes is going top after 3 camps, and then the combination on every combo. There was not a single combo in that game that was followed up by a proper trap, and that just blows my mind. You gotta have played Caitlyn Alistar before. This is such an important and crucial combo in this duo lane that if you can't pull it off, don't even play this lane.
Yeah, and even with any other stun, right? Because we saw so many times where Caitlyn's placing down traps and using up a lot of them, just putting them in the lane to fill up the lane. But there were like 4 stuns maybe that landed in that bottom trap that could have been followed up by a trap. The thing is that we're also just seeing things like missed cocoons, flashes and stuff like that. So
Pretty
long list.
Yeah, exactly. And so now I want to get off of ANX and move on to H2K because we had some concerns in game one about the fact that they didn't close the game out as cleanly as they could have. Well, this time around, I mean,
not a problem.
Yeah, a sub 24-minute game with a Baron sneak there. You know, it seemed much more smartly organized in terms of the way that they were going to end this game.
Yeah, right. Again, probably he brought out the belt during the game, said, guys, let's show the world, let's show Kobe, first of all, who was criticizing them for not finishing
Don't
earlier.
bring that thing up here.
So basically, the Baron call in itself is actually risky because there's no TP on your Jace in the bottom lane, and if the enemy team is actually running to that Baron instantly, there was fairly weak vision around it as well. They would actually catch one or two guys, maybe, or force them to flash over the Baron wall. But you can see them so early anyway coming. You can just disengage from the Baron. I think actually it's okay. And H2K, it's so hard to sit here and criticize them for not closing out 2 minutes earlier or whatever, because once you have a 10K goal lead and you just feel like every lane is winning, a lot of teams, they kind of lose some of the focus, and it becomes like, hey, let's make a play here and a play there. And I don't think they would do that if they were playing against Samsung and had a massive lead also.
Yeah, the thing about that Baron call, I actually thought it was extremely good. You know, they showed 3 members, all the DPS members of their team in lanes pushing up the waves. And even though Vlad and Lee Sin probably couldn't finish off that Baron, they got it really low, and they pushed up the lanes in both mid and bottom. So all the vision just shrinks, and even if you move up from the point that all the DPS members leave, it's still going to be too late.
All right, so moving into game 3, I'm going to assume you guys will ask for a Jace ban here. Teams are swapping sides one more time, but as per usual, when it's do or die time, I do ask you guys, how do we craft a victory for the team that's on the back foot here? Any wild and crazy ideas?
Well, from yesterday, I'm going to say if H2K decides to mess around, have a little fun, I think that ANX might have a shot. But, I mean, you lost 22 minutes in. The previous one could have been like a 25-minute loss as well. It looks extremely dire. I mean, the synergy just isn't there. I feel like if the draft might be better, we might see something go their way, but I'm just being too optimistic for them at this point.
When games go like this, I'm just a big fan of banning out what beat you most recently, and just actually make them change it up. So like you said, the Jace, I would not opt into this Syndra into Vlad matchup again, just because Ryu looks very comfortable on that, and he definitely wants to be the man running into the enemy team. So, you know, ban out what just beat you previously because there's too many things.
So I would actually take the Syndra into Vlad again just because you have a chance of at least roaming from that lane. I think so if we go back to game 1 where we had H2K on blue side, ANX banned Nidalee, Ryze, and Kennen. I think you keep the Kennen and the Nidalee and you just replace the Ryze with Jace. Most likely we see a first pick Caitlyn then coming in. But you can try once again to then get the Syndra for yourself in mid lane. Try and get a lane in bot lane you can actually gank. And then try and go for that exact same play you just pulled off in this game. But this time around, you have to execute it properly. And that's kind of the problem as a coach. You know, you can draft whatever you want. If your team isn't executing in-game, every draft looks bad. So I think they have to go for some of these situations where they can actually roam and try and set up ganks.
Albus Nox Luna has surprised before, but it is a grim outlook. There's more quarterfinal action coming your way in 3.5 minutes, so don't go anywhere.
Kira gonna stun him up again. Liquid does go down to Jankos on the other side of the fight. It's a disaster. Smurf turns it around. Strangleborn's gonna knock him up, and he goes down as well. It's just not enough to save anyone. Opts his way up, but here comes Jankos again. Kick after the Q. Jankos takes down another.
And it's those little things. Applying the Q before the R here. Jankos tanking the
my goodness! Oh no. Kira, that's enough to the sky. It just crushes down on his head. It's a great pull, but it's just not enough. Forgiven takes out Smurf, and H2K will go up 2-0 in the quarterfinals.
If you ever need a helper, hey, you should know that I'll be there day and night. Nobody else can love you better. I'm here just to treat you right. You're the reason I'm alive. You're the only pain I can endure. But when you're not here, you're my dream, but I just want it. Yeah, I just wanna. You're my dream, but I just want it. Can't get to myself, can't get to myself, can't get to myself, to myself, can't get to myself, can't get to myself, can't get to myself, to myself. Deep inside, I knew from the start, you my bunny, I'm your Clark. From now to eternity, I give you all my heart. We are meant to be, it's clear to see. My love is bigger than I thought. I got everything I want when I hold you with my arms. The others don't matter, my love and my pleasure, the key to my treasure. Whatever's the weather, day up and out with you till I die. How many times for you I'ma try? Want you to notice the one and I know this perfect soulmate. I wanna show it my best friend. She's in my life, my happy end in hard times. Oh baby, hug it to myself, hug it to myself, hug it to myself. I just want it. Hug it to myself, hug it to myself, hug it to myself, to myself, hug it to myself, hug it to myself, hug it to myself. Okay. Hug it to myself, hug it to myself, hug it to myself, to myself, hug it to myself, hug it to myself, hug it to myself. Oh baby. If I just stay quiet to you, come back to me. Every step that you take, I come through. Don't let me go. Don't let me go. Don't let me You got to close your eyes. You close your eyes.
And welcome back, everyone, to the Chicago Theater, where H2K has brought this series against Albus Nox Luna to match point. The fastest game of Worlds so far. H2K up 2-0. No subs, not needed. Everything's going to stay the same as H2K will swap back to blue side. And Crepo, what is going on?
Yeah, I actually jokingly told them before the game, guys, I got a dinner appointment at 8 p.m. Can you make it a quick 3-0?
Oh, no.
I feel like they listened a little bit too well. I wouldn't mind an extra game, but they're like just smashing and stomping.
They really are, and you can show that they've actually put a lot of preparation to this team. They're giving them a lot of respect, and they are playing on a whole nother level.
For me, the biggest difference is, and it's really hard to tell, is just the fact when they make a gank, the enemy disappears at the fog of war, and they retreat. There is...
Even when way ahead.
Yeah, even when way ahead. They can make pivots on their plays, and they can actually change their aggression into just playing with respect. Even bot lane, they backed off a lot of the times as well. Like, there's this notion that Forgiven and Bandit always just play aggressively forward and just push, but they change up their style. Definitely challenging that notion. And everybody in H2K is so aware of where PvP Steos is, and it's great scouting done by Jankos as well. He's showing up everywhere he needs. A quick push left, a quick gank right, and then a kill for one there, or two.
Well, ANX, we've seen them play nice and chaotic. If they have a secret weapon, it needs to come out now because they are down 0-2 in the series. But we are in a champ select for this next game here. H2K on the blue, Banaway, Brand, and Poppy, and Nidalee Sivir there for ANX. So far, so good, and very standard.
And I've got to think that ANX, you need to change something up, right? Even just for morale's sake. You can't just go into the game the exact same way that you did the first two times and get completely smashed again.
Even if you go for the similar picks you brought probably are looking at some crazy level 1s. You know, that's honestly the way you can really spice up a game. Top laner hiding in a brush, surprise teleports, etc.
We do need some spice there, as Jin and Rise are the last 2 bans for H2K and ANX respectively. What is the first pick here?
This leaves Olaf open, Syndra open. There's the trade on the Zyra and the Caitlyn. That's very important, especially with Jin banned out here and Sivir off the board here. So definitely a lot of things that H2K is looking at. They're running through all the scenarios where they pick one, trade 2, and then pick the 4th one on the back end. That's going through their head right now.
Certainly is, and I would love to see if Leclerc could get his hands on this Zyra, you know, for one of these games, change something up, give him the ability to perhaps take over a game and really kind of put out the extra damage.
First pick, Jace, 2 games in a row?
5.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
I always forget about this Jace somehow. It doesn't enter my mind that this is apparently a staple top tier pick. Watched too many NA games where this.
Ooh.
It's 0 in EU, it's a 0 in NA, Crepo. Get that out of the NA games.
Well, there it is again once more for H2K. A 3rd straight first pick or first available pick of Jace there, presumably again for Odoamne.
And you have to think that they're going to be picking up the Zyra here.
Not that bad of a matchup. You can blind Jace as he swings in. You just gotta sidestep the shock blast.
Break it down for me, Crepo. Give me the strong analysis on the Teemo Jace lane.
Throw a shroom behind him and suddenly...
Wow, no counterplay.
It's over.
Yep.
Well, looks like no Teemo just yet. There's Caitlyn once again for a miracle, which I do still like, but Zyra sort of absent. They're looking for maybe Olaf again.
Yeah, but Olaf is such a great jungler for PvP Stales. That's his go-to jungler. He can also just run rampant through the Zyra as well once you walk into that lane. A good axe connecting early. I think this is the strongest 2 picks that they could get. I understand that they skipped the Zyra. They'll just have to play their lane different, though.
They certainly do, but I just would like to see them change something up, right?
Yeah,
Olaf has not been working. Jankos, you're not taking anything away from this guy. He's comfortable playing these other picks, and for me, you go all in on this very strong, aggressive bot lane. You try to make something happen. When you look at a lot of the wins for ANX, they've been on the back of Lecrit. His Tom Kench game against CLG took over. His Brand game took over. So these are the kind of things that I would like to see him have the chance to do. And by picking up this Olaf, you're denying him that chance because it's almost guaranteed going over to Vander in this side of the draft.
I would be so surprised if H2K don't take it here. Again, they really don't have too much to fix here. A lot of it's been in solid drafts, but just how they've played as well. It's been such crisp play from H2K, and it's only getting better as the games go on. So I expect them to take very similar drafts here. Forgiven, likely going to go back to Lucian, locks it in. Bandit happy once again with the Zyra. H2K don't need to change something up, it's ANX that do it. Maybe that's a comfort Anivia, maybe that's a crazy pick for the Crypt, but whatever it is, it needs to come up now.
Yeah, it looks like both teams are so confident in their drafts and marking down the losses up to, honestly, gameplay errors. And that's honestly an accurate assessment. Everything could have gone well for ANX if they just executed on their play slightly better. However, it feels like they are outmatched individually across the board. Every single member from H2K is outperforming, outshining their counterpart on ANX.
Yeah, they certainly are. And just the fact that ANX has this confidence, it is something to respect. The fact that they are willing to go back to this, I get that. I understand it. Yes, you made mistakes, but I still just feel like even had they not made some of these mistakes, they would have just had a chance. They wouldn't have been ahead, right? No. H2K is winning by such monumental margins that it feels like you need to change something up, but they're not going to do it, at least just yet. Last chance is really going to be Kira trying to mix something up. And
I like this. H2K say, you know what? It's open. We're finally going to take it. Syndra Lee Sin, as H2K do make some adjustments here. And if we are going to see a different pick, Kira with the last pick has to show it.
Yeah, it's honestly, it could be the Aurelion and Soul coming out, or yeah, it has to be the Soul, I imagine. Malzahar, a very poor matchup. Vladimir is a losing matchup.
Zillion apparently going pretty all in on the Olaf and Caitlyn, trying to get in and aggressive.
You keep dying in the early game.
Solved it.
Bring yourself back to life. You can die again. But for real, it's actually a pretty nice pick, especially in conjunction with the Olaf. You have the speed ups. You can send him in on these kind of suicide missions for the backline, especially for someone like Zyra, who's very susceptible to an Olaf.
Oh, definitely, and especially if you play with the jungler that has a really large damage share, which means he probably picks up quite a few bits of gold here and there and actually can snowball if they cater this composition around Steos. Tempered Fate goes in, Steos dies the backline, he gets tanky plus his base damages, gets revived again. That's the way they want to win. That's exactly what H2K want to avoid, but they have so much tools to just instantly blow up this Olaf. Not even once, just twice.
And it's been an interesting start to the series. H2K have come out guns blazing 2 games in a row. Oda Wamne has been the recipient of a lot of gifts in the early game with some kills, and he has done an excellent job snowballing them. We talked about Forgiven and Ryu being the guys that were going to make it work, and Ryu has kind of sat back and done his job along with Forgiven. Forgiven again will have to do that, but Ryu's definitely on a champion where he can make some waves. I want to see him have a big game as well.
Yeah, and he is going to be someone who can roam, and although Kira really has not made use of it on the Syndra yet, Ryu is someone I think can and will make use of it, especially because his side lanes are winning. His jungler has been more proactive, and working in conjunction with them, you can really take over, and that's something that's very, very scary if Syndra gets going.
He's also done this plenty of times in the past. He's very aware of how he can influence other lanes, especially with the style that Jankos is playing right now. Jankos not afraid to move into the enemy jungle. It gets much easier when you have mid lane priority. Priority meaning obviously the first right to push and the first right to roam.
Well, we'll have to see what happens here because they're onto the Rift for game number 3. H2K up 2-0, need to win one of the next 3 to advance to their semi-final date with Samsung Galaxy. Definitely tough, but they can't be thinking about it now. ANX, they're going to have to rattle off 3 straight if they want to continue what's been a miraculous run through the tournament.
There we go, group up, power in numbers. They get spotted though, so that's it.
Stego's like, okay. Bomb thrown back there by Kira. Pings on a Ryu, say, yep, got that guy.
Still, worth a try, right? Look for something. Look to get that advantage that can kind of start to snowball the game.
And they didn't give up much either. There's no deep ward placed by Jankos or Oruamne, so in terms of the information war, H2K is on the exact same point as Albus Naxuna, except they gave a brush control bot, which is actually very, very big.
Yeah, and it looks like they actually want to go for the Gromp, so it could be a repeat of what we saw in the first game, where they give up that wave control, they get zoned off, and as a result, they're going to be the ones getting pushed in.
It hurts, man. If Forgiving can freely step out of this brush, the reason this is such a bad setup, and because it happened 3 times now, I'm actually going to dive into it a little bit more, is because Forgiving can step out of brush, freeze, redirect the aggro from the minion wave, and he's basically going to deny ANX 1 or 2 creeps, and then they have to walk into lane and lose even more CS as they get poked out, you know, because this is where they step out. Look, he's going to bunch up the creeps. Once he gets the aggro, he's going to release the aggro. Now they're all going to focus on the first creep in the next wave. That one's going to die. Because they're taking Gromp, they're taking some damage. Because they want control of the push, they put these range creeps on very low HP so they can finish them off whenever they want. They're using the damage on the creep right now. 1 creep lost, and right now they push because they have complete control of the wave, so there is no poke, no range advantage for Caitlyn.
And it's just one of those little things that it matters so much here, and we saw ANX really put pressure on H2K in the bottom lane for the first time, and Forgiven and Vander play respectfully and will play back. This time though, with that cam start, able to get a nice little advantage, and once again Caitlyn, when she's not shoving, she's usually not doing too much.
Watch him attack the wave very early every time. They know if they get pushed in, it's so easy for Caitlyn Bar to punish you super hard. They got level 2 first, again 6 creeps versus 3, complete control in the bot lane. All they need to do is dodge the OF gank.
Certainly do, and I think that they're going to be in a pretty good position to do that because it looked like there was pings coming up on that side. They're pretty well aware of where that Olaf is going to be.
Well, Steos again, actually looking over towards Jankos' side of the jungle. Good stun there onto Forgiven, actually, so damage is decent. So Bandit does get back in there. Zara, lots of damage as support. And looks like Jankos and Steos did have a bit of a meeting, but I think Jankos making sure he gets his Scuttle Crab could have a fight for it. Steos actually already popped his Ghost, but H2K going to make sure he doesn't get involved and take that neutral away.
And that was very preemptive, especially because Ryu has the mid lane push. He can respond much more quickly than his opponent, and Steos has to respect that. And Kira's actually into trouble here.
It hurts a lot. Kira in trouble. Ryu needs one more. Can he land it up? There's the flash. There's the Q. Solo kill, first blood for Ryu.
Oh, couple minions.
The potion.
Always pop your potion early in the trades right there. Jankos right now can challenge Steos. He knows he has no ghost. He can waste time. The more he reveals this Olaf.
Uh-oh, Forgiven. Shot not enough. Q is there, but the heal saves his life.
Oh, I wonder if this was actually a plant that randomly spawned on top of a trap. That can happen, and it makes it very hard for you to spot Caitlyn traps, even if it's your own Zyra doing it with the RNG plants.
Worth noting, Jankos also got the red buff here. So just look at Kira. He's walking forward into this, taking so much damage.
Kira wants to flash the next Q, but Ryu's like, I don't even need to flash, bro. I can just keep autoing you very close there on the end, but because there's the potion ticking, it works. Still don't know what happened in the bot lane, but Forgiven walked in the trap. He had to yield all the pressure, but still has his flash available. So all in all, it's not the worst, but it's definitely just a minor misplay on the bot lane.
Going back, playing it nice and safe. Does have a Cole picked up once again as Vander is going to keep the wave at neutral. Liquid can't really stay here safely. Nice juke from Vander, gets his way out. And Miracle locked up again. Going to deny that back for as long as possible.
Jankos again taking over in jungle. He's 3-buffed his opponent now. That is definitely not the start that they wanted. Thankfully for them, they did at least have something going well in the bot lane because they need something to be able to play around it. In the top lane, Odoamne is already kind of taking over and getting that advantage for the 3rd straight game.
Yeah, and with doing that, Odoamne also gets security. If you can see your jungler challenge his opponent in his jungle, that means you can freely push up the top lane and you can really play towards your strengths on that Jace pick. Also, we need to look at what these junglers mean in terms of the composition. Jankos is a tool of engage and is basically there to support his team, while ANX have a composition that is kind of centered around speeding up Steos and having him wreck the backline, and he's already behind.
And one thing that is kind of scary about it, although Steos can run right through that Zyra disengage and everything, Zyra, if he wants to play it well, you actually put the ultimate in the plants behind the Olaf.
Yeah.
You disengage the rest of the team, let the Olaf come in 1v5, and you kill that guy off.
And that's exactly why you need him to be strong ahead and tanky, so he can definitely kill one guy, then get revived by Zilean. But right now, quite grim here.
Oh, Liquid going in, tries to trigger Forgiven, does a decent job as he pulled his way out. Jankos continuing to play aggressive. Early Swifty boots once again means that Jankos wants to get nice and active both in his lanes and in his opponent's jungle. Steos is falling pretty significantly far behind in experience. Jankos is almost a level up once more.
Jankos has just really impressed me this whole series, honestly. He has been working so well with Odoamne and the rest of the team.
Level 6 power spike here, Kira, unexpected.
Oh, ulti, Jenny can't answer, and another solo kill for Ryu.
And it's so grim here, Zilean. It's so easy to expect enemies to level up at the same moment as you in the mid lane, but obviously if you give them a kill earlier, it's completely unexpected here. Kira was not ready for that. Watch that again, he's like, okay, enemy's level 5, I'm getting some CS. Oh, suddenly one creep's gonna die here, and then that's Ryu level 6, and suddenly it's all over.
Kiro has no chance in this situation, and at this point, you just have to accept that. You have to wait till it gets pushed in. You're relegated to wave clear duty. He's putting himself so far behind as far as CS and the kills now. This Syndra is going to be able to walk around the map and one-shot anyone, including the Olaf.
Yeah, and Vander canceling those backs earlier made it so that the lane control again was in favor of H2K, and mostly due to base timings here, so they have control of bot lane again. If they want to jump on that point, though, Azale, that you made earlier for Jankos playing so well, it matters so much to them as well. This is the first time that this Polish duo, Jankos and Vander, make it to Worlds. They've been trying for so long, and when they do, they finally go off in week 2. They have a sweeping quarterfinal. It must feel so great for them to finally get the recognition that they feel they have deserved.
Well, team certainly playing great across the board here as Smurf down 20 CS and counting. Looks like Jankos is up to his old tricks again.
Actually pretty critical that Smurf has dodged these last couple shock blasts because he's not softened up, and now a dive would be very dangerous. And Jankos, there was no creeps up here for him to pick up, and if they go for this dive, it could be a bit risky.
He's getting softened up now, though. Odoamne might look for the solo. Meganar's going to give him a bit of extra health. Ryu's rotated up as well, though.
And this is why Syndra is such a good early game pick. Ryu's doing what Kira could not. It's roaming.
Not even go. Getting it tagged there, and Odo just kills him. Ryu, no assist. Unlucky.
Nowhere for him to go at all. You asked the question, that's the answer. That guy was already dead. He got collapsed on from all sides. Once again, it's looking like they might get this first turret. And key to note, Ryu didn't have to expend anything, just a bit of his time. He still has his ult.
Yeah, he gets an advantage in the mid lane, leverage that advantage. Instead of looking for more aggression or chip damage, he just moves into the enemy jungle, translates that pressure into the top lane. Guess what? Another kill for Odoamne, and the turret falls. He's sitting at 67 CS versus 36 right now.
Ooh, that's ugly. And solo gold, he gets the kill there as well. So he is just going to be getting so fast to this Ghost Blade, and it just feels like it's just on repeat. You know, it's a broken record. Same thing, all 3 matchups. They don't change it up. They cannot respond appropriately, and they cannot deal with Odoamne in any way.
And the change is that Ryu, on a more aggressive champion where he can apply pressure, also has 2 kills. He's got them himself, though. And now as they're dueling with blue buffs, you can just see Ryu 10 CS ahead, has the Sork Shoes early, has the Lost Chapter built up already. Kira barely gets out of range of that stun.
It's actually a super fun matchup here, Zilean into Syndra, where it's all about sidesteps. You gotta get close to the creep so he can throw his bomb out, but not close enough that it explodes. You gotta sidestep these spheres. The harass patterns is basically going for creeps and the enemy at the same time, because otherwise you lose the push. But Ryu definitely mastering that Syndra, making us wonder why he did not pick it earlier.
Maybe showing that he didn't need it, but is starting to kind of roam again, get that push going. This is kind of what we expected from Kira, but that he couldn't quite convert on with his Syndra. And If he continues to go top lane, Jankos won't need to help Oda1 out. Ryu can do it himself. All we've seen already, 3v1 or 3vx dives also work when H2K already have a big early game pressure point.
They have worked, and it seems like everything works for H2K, but for ANX, their next play needs to work, right?
Yeah.
When you're at this point, you have to choose your point of attack, and you have to commit to it, and you have to have something kind of go well.
And then we can start looking, what could that play be? Perhaps it's a double teleport bot lane with a full rage bar Gnar rather into a teleport, tempered fate into trap, which is a perfect setup. You can always do it for Zyra stunner right there. Technically, that could have been the ulti into the trap.
They're going for it. Vanda going to get tempered faded up here. Forgiven keeping them out with the calling. Vanda gets it, roots out onto Miracle, and that's going to force Liquid to flash. Forgiven goes in for it, and Vanda's slow, but the Stranglethorns barely going to miss the knock-up. Here come the TPs though.
Why are they so late? Where are these teleports? Tempered Fate, Q, Trap, all done, and then no teleports.
Jankos is here, and there's no TP to respond now.
Jankos has his flash as well. He's going to clear out the ward, and that's going to force ANX's dual lane off of the bottom outer turret. I mean, ANX can't stay because they'll die, but they don't want to lose this turret either.
I've got to say, Licorice should have used his exhaust in that fight. The fact that Forgiven was uninhibited, was able to go forward, get so much damage down, exhausted.
Salos goes in, looking for someone. Ulti's on Vanna, gonna rush down the Zyra. Looking for it, does get the kill. And now Forgiven caught out, gets exhausted, ace in the hole. There's the play for ANX.
They needed to make a play, and they finally execute. They pick up 2 kills in the bot lane. The Olaf starting to get strong, just like you said he needed to, Crepo.
Yeah, he gets those kills. That's super important that he gets at least one of them here. Counterplay potentially from Jankos. Can kick Kira in.
And watch out, Kira kicked in there. Gonna get stunned, but not long enough. Ultimate will proc here, but the follow-up's there. Kira flashed out of the way. Stuns will miss, but Oda1 says no as Ryu gets his 3rd kill on Kira in the game.
And suddenly that's a perfect trade here for H2K. They lose 2 in the bot lane, but they get an Infernal Dragon and a kill in the mid lane. They're so happy with this because they can keep controlling the map. They're constantly in control of the tempo. ANX is forced to play super reactive, and Smurf was Mega Gnar, had teleport, never present. Let's look right now. This is the 2nd play, so this definitely doesn't need a teleport. I really wonder if Smurf was in cancel range of Oda1, and that's why he was maybe not teleporting in earlier. The exhaust finally comes out. Azale's happy.
Yeah, am I though? He was already dead, so I think I'm a little bit unhappy with that one still. Hard to please, Crepo.
Ryu continuing to shove in. He's got a big back, you have to think, with these 3 early kills and those components of the Morellonomicon already done. You can see 1,200 gold now ready, so he should have that first major item, and there it is. Ghostblade done for Oda1 as well, and Forgiven is going nice and aggressive on his build with a Ghostblade of his own coming up. Meanwhile, on the other side, kind of components for Miracle, but that's where he wants to be. Just a Giant Spell for Smurf, and a Rod of Aid is not done yet for Kira. H2K once again with a huge lead.
Yeah, huge lead, but there's still teleport advantage on Smurf. He could build up his rage. Tempered Fade into Trap is enough time for, honestly, teleport to land. Even if it's not in a deep ward location, there are only 1 flash available, actually, for Forgiven. I was going to say no flashes. Forgiven still has his.
But I'd like to see them continue to pick on this Zyra. You don't have to kill off Forgiven. He's the big prize, but kill off the summonerless Zyra. This guy is so squishy. You have PvP stay host with his ult. You have Smurf with his TP. I think that's where you need to continue to attack.
What they're doing right here. Look at the wards they're sweeping there. They want to go for another portal play, but it's so hard to do it into Zyra. You want to send in Olaf first, wait as the Bard, but looks like Banner and Forgiven have learned their lesson. They're adapting, which means Jankos just goes mid.
He's got the answer. Flash kick again. There's the stun. Kira gonna die in the combo.
Has ultimate, just can't use it. Perfect CC because ANX is so tunneled on this bot lane. They're going in right now. Is H2K ready to react? Yes, they are.
Tempered Fate finds Vanda. Does get the Thorns in, but now Forgiving gonna keep them out of the way. Vanda stunned into the wall. The Exhausted down, but it's not enough. Licorice gets one, but they will not dive it.
At least they get that return kill. You know, they did lose their mid laner, though, and they lost mid lane turret. Now the tier 2 is getting worked away on. H2K always taking the better trade.
Yeah, they trade better because Vander, yes, he dies, but he spots the gank for 1. He loses life, but essentially it's a base cancel for his own life, which means another tier 2 turret. H2K, because they play their style so well, leave you with almost no right choice. Is choosing the lesser of evils at this point for ANX.
Forgiven playing very aggressive to try and take some CS here. Licorice could have a good line for a stun. The turret's getting low, but H2K again another rotation. Gonna join Oda1 and take another tier 2. ANX traded 1 turret for 2, and those 2 were tier 2 turrets.
Did they get the mid lane tier 1 as well?
Yes, actually they did.
So it was actually 3 turrets there and the kill. 0-4 and 0 for Kira. He's having a bad time as when you lose control of that mid lane, it's so easy to set up these flanks, and Jankos has done it beautifully.
Yeah, especially when H2K, they're using the information that they have on the map. There's pressure against them bot lane. Jankos, instead of going into maybe like, let's help you out position, he just tells his bot lane guys, chill. I'm just gonna go mid, kick him out, get the turret, and they're playing around their strengths. They're hiding their weaknesses. Very refined gameplay here from H2K.
Well, Ryu gonna get himself a blue buff, so he's gonna continue having the hype train roll forward for him. Oda1 again, a bit quieter this time, but still more than capable of pressuring a side lane constantly. Looks like he's currently bottom side.
Yeah, and Ryu, the fact that he found these kills in the most crucial phase of the matchup, 3-6 Zillion, doesn't have to revive. The whole reason it's a good matchup sometimes is because you can at least lane even and you can dodge the all-ins. But every time Kira's died afterwards, he's been kicked so far up that they can just kill him again.
It also means that the one kind of strong point right now for ANX, which is really kind of their Caitlyn, at least he's doing pretty well, 1-0-1. You'd hope he could get something done. But how does he survive against a 4-0 Syndra? This guy can just press R on you at the start of every fight.
He doesn't. That's the problem.
We solved it. Good to have answers to questions.
Check that box.
Check.
Analysis complete.
Forgiving getting what CS he can in the mid lane. Phage up for Oda1 means that that Black Cleaver is once again going to be coming up nice and quickly, and the Rylai's on the way for Ryu, who already has the big part of it that he needs to blow up that poor Caitlyn.
Yeah, we saw Vander base here pick up the Moby Boots and the Side Stone, and we already know where that vision's going.
Yeah, and I think that they can start to set up around the Dragon once again if they want to go there. They have actually showed that they like to get Rift Herald quite a bit too. That's 2 games in a row they got it for Oda1. So I think they have some options. We'll see though, as they are closing in on this bot lane tier 2. It's the last one left on the map, and I think that's where they really want to strike first.
And we can already see 1 ward, 2 wards, just choking out the vision, forcing them backwards. Jankos, a lot of wards to jump to as well. They're closely put around the walls, giving him a lot of options of escape. Forgiven, switch to mid lane. Look at it. Dragon's Feet for the taking in 40 seconds. They have the dive potential on bot lane. Tempered Fate can come out, however.
Good poke also. Oh, the crit is going in for the play, but he gets stunned immediately, and Ryu blows into pieces. Stayhouse chasing down and carries the Miracles, doing what he can, but the ulti's out onto Ola. That should be enough for the killers. Ryu grabs the double. Now Flash out of the roots from a Miracle, who's going to get a bit of time in the bottle from Kira, but this turret is going to mount. They might chase for more. Odo, he really wants it, but they'll take what they can instead.
And where H2K is reading the map, parsing through all the information, ANX is doing the absolute opposite, complete tunnel vision. Join, basically just watching your screen, nothing on the minimap.
Oh no, Jankos in again, kicks him forward. Kira does get the ulti off, but there's the culling down. Kira forced a fat flash over the wall, but H2K is still going.
Because Liquid goes blind, he sees nobody in the top lane. He must know that they H2K.
He got him over the wall.
Tempered Fate's gonna miss, but what a snipe there from Kira. TP down from ANX. They're gonna try and salvage something.
Why didn't he TP in below them? Look at that ward.
I don't know what to tell you.
But here he goes.
With the kill, slows on Tiangos with the boomerang. Liquid, see ya later as Forgiven takes him down. More kills forthcoming, and Smurf now has to run out of the way of the rest of H2K. Ryu, he's got his flash, he's got his ultimate almost up as well, but Smurf's gonna get away this time.
So it was actually a blue trinket there, and that is why.
Why hitting a Smurf?
Fair enough.
He only used TP for the first time at 70 minutes in the game. Okay, he couldn't TP on that ward as Dale, but he could definitely have TP'd much earlier in any of the fights.
Yeah.
If you are the aggressor, you need your top laner to join the fray. Liquid goes in, completely blind, boom, splatter, goes down. At least Stales doesn't need too much of the damage.
Yeah, and this is the thing, when Ryu gets this strong, this is what I talked about. You can just dump your ultimate on the Olaf. It doesn't matter, the guy can't survive. He has almost no MR at this point, and just gets completely erased.
And there's the Rylai's done now for Ryu. We've got 2 Ghost Blades on the side of H2K, and I think 2 Black Cleavers also almost finished for the AD carries in Oda1 and Forgiven. The amount of strength H2K have right now is immense, and it's reflected once again in a ridiculous gold lead. 7,000 gold and counting, 18 minutes in. We talked about a lot of these things feeling like deja vu with Oda1 back on Jason, H2K getting early leads. Well, we're here once again in game number 3.
And I think they just want to crack this last outer turret here. They're kind of looking around, and they may catch Stayos.
Oop, no, not this time. Caught sleeping, but does ulti out of Ryu's stun. Still getting slowed down, though. Kira is there to save him if he wants to. There's a bomb on his head, but not needed. Ryu barely not enough to kill him.
Yeah, friendly fire turned off, luckily for Stayos. He would need that revive right there. The trap's being put up. Jankos is back. Jankos?
Hello, Kira again. Oh, he ultis himself, but he's going to take the turret. Jankos going to auto it down.
Nice
Does get it. And now Kira has to run out of the way. Culling is in, but Jankos stunned into the wall as Kira gets another snipe.
Very good turnaround there from ANX. Crit plays it beautifully, lands a big ultimate, giving Kira the time both to disengage and a miracle time to set up his traps.
But still, it's only a kill for a tower, and that's what ANX is doing. They're looking for scraps left and right of minor overreachings of H2K. You see the highlights of some of the beautiful things in their composition. Rather, they have the Barzillion combo. You can actually place those bombs and they will instant trigger after the ultimate. But because ANX falls so far behind in the early game, they could never actually aggressively start using that. That could have been a counter to Sinfa in the mid game.
Ooh, I love this. Nice late Rift Herald from... Oh, actually, ANX, hello. Not the team I expected to be in the pit, but that'll be nice for them. Who's going to get it? Might be Steos, it could be Smurf, but it's going to last for a while, and Smurf does receive the buff. So, nice little steal there from Albus Nox Luna.
And you talked about it, Crepo, they're fighting for scraps, and this is just something that they could get, something that they could sneak, and I think it was well done. So Yanko's kick, flash, Kane on Kira, kind of baited him into a false sense of security almost as he moved back towards the turret, but then Liquid, good turnaround here. The trap gets dropped under Yankos, they take him out.
Yeah, Yankos was the war sack right there. He was not trapped in with them, they were trapped in with him.
Credit to Yankos as well. He flashed the Cosmic Binding, I believe, so got all the mechanics on Lee Sin as he has been showing up in this series, but Baron's up again. H2K might try and sneak it, or Steos has to check it.
That's no flash and Olaf, he can only run away from the
Liquid
damage.
locked up, there's the stun. That should be a kill, and it's easy with no ultis. Kira does save his support's life.
Ryu saved his ulti there, so they could look to fight again before Kira has his ultimate back, or at least get some major pressure.
And if you finish people off right now, their corpse will fly. I think we changed that a while ago. It's actually good for Zillion comps. Back in the day, I think the corpse would stay where you finished him, so at least that helps ANX.
Yankos getting himself the grump as Ryu just charging up some spheres here in this brush and waiting for a customer. I'm not sure Steos is buying what they're selling, but he's kind of forced to check because, again, blind in the pit, and oh no.
He's got no ulti.
No ulti, that's bad news. Isn't gonna burn the ult. No, he does. Is that enough? It's not quite. Steos lives through another barrage.
It's enough to get him away from the Baron, however. He's on 20%. They have plans to tank it. They have a lot of damage. H2K could commit, but they're just going to keep baiting and baiting and baiting.
Has to face check, and he almost goes down this time. Ryu does not have blue buff, but he can do this for a while.
Yeah, that should be the trigger for H2K moving up. They can have Ryu just as ranged artillery right here. Odoamne finds Smurf. They're happy with this.
I'm not sure Smurf wants it. Odo's like, I
Kira's
think
coming
that's
down,
else here. He does know that Kira's there, but the Frozen Mallet could maybe spell Odoamne's death. Nice flash, but Smurf follow flashes over, thundering blow back, and Kira can't quite lock him down. Acceleration Gate's going to keep it all going, but Smurf delivers the killing blow. Liquid's dead on H2K stop Baron.
TP from
TP
Smurf.
from Smurf, though. Does cancel it, and H2K say, okay, that's enough. We give up this time.
I was so ready for Albus Nox Luna to TP in and finish off the Nashor, but it would have been 3v4.
He's going to take the pink ward down instead. It's the little victories right now for Albus Nox Luna. The crowd still behind them.
Still so much belief in this team that has made history here at Worlds.
Yeah.
Never before has someone from the LCL or any of the international wildcard regions made it to the quarterfinals, and they did it in incredible fashion.
And the fact that this is the 3-0 sweep takes nothing away from their performance in groups. They went above and beyond, and then even more, taking a game of tournament favorites in super, honestly, fun fashion too. They made League of Legends fun again.
They did. And it's not a sweep yet, but you can kind of see why you'd say it, because it's getting awfully close once more. H2K close to up 10,000 gold once more. This game will not be as fast as the last one, and there's something absolutely silly happens. But H2K, they're going to go back to Baron. Odo bottom lane again, does have the teleport so strong in the 1v1, and H2K, this should be straightforward now.
Yeah, and with Smurf not having his TP, Odoamne just needs to sit bot lane, push this in, wait for someone to respond, then they can look to make a play.
Oh, they're making a play instead. Steos going to get caught. Yankos follows him in, but Steos going to pop the ultimate and keep himself safe.
Albus Nox are looking for a hard commit here. This could have been the window, or at least forcing Odoamne's teleport. Again, they want to look for Tempered Fate into the bomb combo. That's their saving grace right now. Insta one-shot Ryu before he can deal any damage.
That was really their one window of opportunity, though.
Looking again, they find Yankos only, who's got GA. There's the bomb combo, but he actually goes out of it! Miracle! Gets kicked over a wall, but Steos with no ult, he's going to get caught down, forgiven. Switching on to Smurf as Ryu commits the ultimate. Kira does ult one as a Miracle now, getting aggressed on by Yankos. GA pass for Steos, he's back again as Vander gets locked down by a stun, and no one's dead, but H2K get crucial cooldowns.
Good ideas, bad execution. It's the story of this game so far in quarterfinals.
Yeah, I actually think that H2K didn't have to go for that fight. They could have just backed off after the ultimate was on Yankos, let Odoamne continue pushing because they had the side lane TP advantage. Instead, they go for the fight. not able to really get much out of it.
Deos caught with no ultimate, but it does feel like Jankos is kind of trying to make a montage. Here he is again, looks for Miracle, that's going to force a flash. Follow flashes 1v3. He's got the GA, but this man's insane. Liquid over the wall gets stunned in by Ryu, and that's enough damage for Given. Claims another life.
Yeah, Jankos, they're still looking for a few more abilities. They were all in cooldown. One more hit was enough. Has GA though. Kills the enemy support. H2K, very low HP, considering a stab at Baron Nashor, but Kira with one double bomb could spell doom.
It could, but I mean, chunking them out, forcing them back to base once again, does always have that risk of the Baron. I think this is smart for H2K. They take the scuttle before they reset, denying that from ANX, allowing them to continue to bait Baron.
And they leave a ward in the pit. Very important when you play against the Bard, because they've already shown that they could kind of backdoor the Rift Herald. That's definitely the way ANX want to win this game. They kill the ward, leave the Scuttle Crab up, and then just portal in from behind. But I think H2K is experienced enough with ANX, especially since they scrimmed them as well, currently in week 2.
We can see that Cloud Drake will go over to ANX. Actually got one in and amongst all the early game action, so they'll get a second here. It's not the Infernal that H2K have, but it is at least good to take these over and get a bit of bonus stats for yourself. H2K, though, they've gone back. They're starting to get towards those third items. BF Sword for Forgiven, Void Stuff done for Ryu. Like, these power points are just getting harder and harder for Albus Nox Luna.
They certainly are, but you know, as Albus Nox Luna, you gotta take what you can get. Getting those Wind Dragons means that if it eventually gets that late game stage and you get an Elder, then you have the extra true damage burn, and you're denying that from H2K. So they have to fight tooth and nail for every little thing that they can take.
Yeah, no flash on Ryu. He can pop the Ghost, which means Liquid will have to be roughly in like 1.5, 2 screens away. Otherwise, it's too easy to sidestep that ultimate. Keep your eyes on Liquid and Steos, because they could portal in, get an axe to the ulti, and then the follow-up. That's what they want to look for.
And everyone is just a little too squishy. You can see that Ola barely any MR, and Ryu already has 3 items, with one of them being Void.
Yep, and having that Void, you know, all those times PvP Steos barely live, but guess what? He dies now. So that is where it gets super, super scary for him, because these tanks are now so vulnerable.
And again, the setup for H2K, Odo bottom side, almost level 16, as that Bloodthirster third will come out again.
Yeah, comfort in numbers for ANX. They work around their weak teleports by just moving their top laner with their team, but they obviously can't siege, so they're looking for a pick. They're honestly waiting for H2K to overcommit somewhere. Prime target is Ryu, but they'll settle for anything.
Odo actually going to back off, knows that he doesn't want to play too aggressively. There are 2 members currently looking down the river, but Smurf's just going to join in 1v1, and Odo again playing safe, as H2K know that the longer this goes, the better, the easier the Baron's going to be.
Has to be careful though. There could have been a portal down bot lane, but ANX don't want to commit 2 to catch Odo because they'll lose the Baron Asher. But there are a lot of long distance portals available to catch Odo Omni out in the bot lane.
There certainly are, but unless 2 people come, there's not much chance for Smurf, because Smurf is having to build MR to not just instantly die to Ryu. And guess what? Odo Omni just builds purely for this 1v1. Look at his itemization. He doesn't need to do that. And there's so little real armor on Smurf, he's going to get shredded by Odo Omni.
H2K taking it slow. They know the only way they lose this game is if they hand the Baron Asher over to ANX. Theos half HP already without the usage of the ultimate. Ryu can just one-shot him, and that's the threat right there. OF has to walk around as well. Remember, no flash on him.
As Ailey pointed it out, that Void Stuff that they saw as Tempered Fate's going to rush in and stop the Baron attempt. Ryu looking for a stun, finds the crit, but might just ulti someone down here. Jankos kicks Kira back in again, but he ultis himself this time as the TP's coming in for H2K's top laner. Odo going to join, but he cancels. Going to keep pushing down, but Kira just goes down. He revived, but it wasn't enough, as he did come back up, and H2K take him down again.
And Odo Omni can just keep pushing. Smurf needs to respond here, and if he shows over there, they can just start this bait once again, working on the turret already here. Now Smurf shows, Odo Omni looks to back off. They need to turn and fight.
Goes play pop. Odo knows he has to stand his ground, but he's going to try and kite it out. Shock blast in. Odo Omni with a big bit of damage as Jankos going to try and save him. Smurf insta-flashes, and Odo Omni lives.
And just look at how one-sided that fight was, considering Odo Omni was tanking the turret. He wasn't returning fire for all this time because he was giving the respect that there could be a second ANX player. He still almost wins the 1v1.
All right, but ANX, they fight their way out of a situation where H2K could have technically won 100% of the time if they executed perfectly. It's always hard to judge. It's nitpicking, but at this point with a 10,000 gold lead, that's what we need to look at. H2K not closing out as cleanly, but it's always so hard to tell. They're so far ahead. They have the window to play a more casual style here, playing honestly like 5% plays. If there's any chance of it going wrong, H2K is just resetting the map, because eventually they can get the 100% play.
They're one game from the semifinals. You want it to be that 100% play like you talked about. They want to be the ones to represent Europe in the semifinals. They had received a lot of criticism. People had not put any faith in this team. It was all about G2, and H2K disproved so many of the critics and have had such a successful tournament.
Well, at this point, Ryu's level 15. He's one level away from rank 3 ultimate, and I'm just waiting for him to completely melt somebody. A fourth item's going to be on the way soon. He's had an insanely good game on the Syndra, and you can see the total damage he's done. 20,000 already. He's like, you add up all of ANX, and he's almost done more than all of them.
Yeah, you combine the 80 carry, the jungler, and the top laner, and Ryu will match that for you. Doubling his direct lane opponent here. What a driving force. And honestly, he is the player that balanced out H2K. When Ryu performs, this entire style fits together. Odoamne can switch to carries. Forgiven can play his favorite style. Good sidestep again here. ANX grasping at straws. They really want to find that one opening.
Oh, Jankos, he went in! He wants Miracle again! He's trying to make a highlight reel, but he's going to kick Stayos back out instead. Doesn't lose his GA though, but PvP Stayos pops the ultimate, rushes forward. Forgiven keeps him away.
Oh, a great stalling tour here. The Zillion, just threat of the ulti means that Jankos has to prioritize Zillion himself. And Kira was completely aware of it.
He was, but Kira has to blow that flash. Stayos with his ulti down as well. So H2K has the advantage on those cooldowns. Ryu, though, getting chunked out, needs to be careful here.
Bomb damage there as well. That's actually taking him quite low. So Ryu, maybe just look to base here, shed a lot of XP so the ulti's not there. And ANX have done a nice job in bottom lane.
They really have. They prepped that wave, and that is actually getting pushed in. That's not something that should happen
Here we go.
to H2K when they're this far ahead.
Odo?
Oh, they're going to look for the dive.
Not sure he's safe. Kira going to look for the double bomb, doesn't land it. Odo packs his way up at the nice slow there as the rest of the team's in. Smurf pops back in a mini, but it's enough to slow him down with a frozen mallet. They'll chase down Odoamne. They will get themselves a kill. Smurf collects his top lane opponent.
But Jankos straight onto that Baron. They're going to try to force it. Lecrit has his ultimate soon, so he could look to delay. Ooh. But it looks like ANX just wants to try to push for the inhibitor.
Ryu went for Ghost Slash to cancel the teleport on Kira, which means Liquid is the only person defending this, and as much as I love Bard, I don't think he's able to do this.
Smurf going to try and do this here, but he's got no Nava. Lecrit going to do as best he can. Smurf going to speed his way over. Kira going to speed him up. Vander getting a little low. The Baron still taking damage. Smurf on forward, but he gets exhausted. H2K. He's going to lose that. Liquid takes him down. Smurf Mega's in. Gets Jankos, but the GA is still there. H2K, though, have to stop Baron.
They stopped them, and they're on the inhibitor. This is incredible from ANX. Smurf and Lecrit delay them. They're stopping the bases. Yes, Lecrit traded his life, but it is more than worthwhile as they take the inhibitor, and ANX, the miracle workers, and somehow bull around out that.
And H2K say, you know what, we're going to take this Baron because we just can't let that inhibitor go down. But if they make it back, H2K are in so much trouble.
And that's the sad part of this entire exchange. It looks so good, but in the end, the Baron still goes to H2K. So sloppy, though. They need to short this up. This has been one of the main flaws of this team, that they couldn't play the map on like 2-3 places at once. They did it so beautifully in the early game, but it all fell apart later on. Props to Ryu for canceling that teleport at least, else it could have been a Baron handover to ANX, but still sloppy.
Yeah, it is. And although, yes, H2K got the Baron, this is ANX making something happen over 10,000 gold behind, and they are able to take out Ryu, full commitment to it. Just honestly incredible play from ANX, I think, in this situation.
Yeah, definitely. They made the only right choices they could have made. H2K just left the window for it. And they get rewarded with another beautiful Cloud Dragon.
Gotta go fast, Krebo.
I mean, that's going to be a real fast Olaf or Nas speeding in with triple Cloud Drake plus Zillion. Like, if ANX are worried about how to start these fights and get in, they have every tool now to get in.
This is where we need to look at the waves here. Because with this Baron on H2K, there is the play. We all know what's going to happen. It's Liquid is going to look for the Tempered Fate. There's no summoners on Ryu, even though the Odoamne is flashes right now. So for H2K, they need to spread their resources out. They're going to divide and conquer 1-3-1 in any formation possible. They want to hit all the lanes so they can break apart this team comp that relies on each other from Albus Nox Luna, because they need to work together. So if you split them up, that's the way in for H2K.
Exactly, and Albus Nox Luna must nail this engage. They have to have the perfect one, because if you fail against the 1-3-1 with the Baron buff, your base is going to collapse in the game, and their hopes in this tournament will end. So ANX needs to pull the trigger, but they need to make sure they do it at the perfect time.
Yeah, and they need to do it early as well, because if you engage too late, they're just going to cross-map you. You engage mid, well, they'll take side lanes. Jankos definitely wants to stay close to his team, though. H2K not buying into the split hype. They're grouping up
Ooh,
here.
they got Ryu.
No summoners.
Looking for it again. Double bomb set up there. Stone's gonna land in as well. Stay up. Gonna try and chase him up, but Forgiven just takes down Lucrit. Kira moves forward there, but Ryu's down. Revive there onto the Zillion. H2K gonna camp his spawn, and Kira is gonna go down again. H2K 3v1, 3v1 right now in that team fight, looking to break.
Yeah, 30 spawn campers. It was close. It was a nice try to double bomb. Ryu just didn't drop in like instantly, so he got the return damage. It looked pretty for a while, but still H2K, they get the inhibitor.
It's just not enough, and they can get more than the inhibitor. They could actually go for the game potentially here with 40 seconds almost still on Kira. They have the ability to look for the dive and try to end the game. Punch their ticket to the semifinals.
They're gonna push through and do what they can. These turrets are melting as H2K look to punch their ticket in the corners. There's another killer. Smurf's gonna go down. H2K as Odo gonna get himself killed. A Miracle will collect one, but the Nexus is open. Forgiven, he's been exhausted. They're gonna try something here, but Forgiven, they'll cut it out, and H2K demolish ANX for their semi-final match versus Samsung Galaxy.
Yeah, fantastic performance. You know, Jankos, he says it himself. He's like, yeah, still counts.
Yeah.
A blemish at the end of the game, but in the end, if you would have asked H2K, do you want to go to semifinals after sweeping your quarterfinals 3-0 in very short games, they would have said yes, a resounding yes, and they can be happy.
Of course, I mean, these guys...
Gotta work on the high-five mechanics.
They gotta work on the high-five mechanics.
There we go.
Hey!
Nailed it.
I mean,
that's the mark of a great team, being able to improve.
Being able to high-five.
Being able to improve on the spot, you know, make a mistake once, improve your high-five mechanics right after.
Well, things may have got a little dicey on the Baron front, but very few mistakes that were obvious there for H2K. Very clean games, incredible performance, and maybe more surprising anything than a semi-final. But is there 7-0 in their last matches at Worlds?
It's how dominant they have looked to get there, but I want to take a moment to give credit to the team that we are saying goodbye to. Albus Nox Luna made history here at Worlds. Very deserving.
Unfortunately, the history ends here for them. They'll exit with the quarterfinals, and H2K, the last Western hope, are going to push forward to play Samsung Galaxy. So much pressure riding on this team, but the expectations that people didn't have for them moving into this tournament have all been quelled. They are looking on fire.
And you've got to say, this is the kind of performance that they needed to show for people to have hope for them against Samsung, right? They need to be on a tear. 7 straight wins. Can they put up a performance that could take down Samsung? That's going to be the question on everyone's mind.
Yeah, and it's going to be a beautiful juxtaposition as well as they're readying up for the chant right here.
Samsung so much about that late game, criticized often for their early game, to your point. And H2K have just been dominating all their lanes. If they could get those big advantages against Samsung, maybe they don't get the chance to actually get to their perfect lane.
For H2K, you got to choke them out. You got to hit them early. You know, you got to pick these strong picks. No more early or Vladimir's into Syndra's. Get the priority on that Syndra. ANX have revealed a little bit information of H2K and pick and ban here, some of their trends. Let's see if their champ pools are big enough here. The Jace will definitely be a big factor in that matchup. Play around the early game for H2K. Can they survive and can they shore up their late game?
I certainly think that there's going to be some big adjustments for them to make as far as pick and ban, though. I don't think that champions like Syndra and Aurelion Sol will be prioritized as low as they were in this tournament. That's something that they are going to have to adjust to. They prepped incredibly well for ANX, and I think that their drafts made sense against them, but they're going to have a different plan against Samsung because they are a very different team.
And that's maybe the tough thing, right? Like, we had a couple questions, like, what does Forgiven do without Caitlyn? Turns out he's got 2 other picks and can still play them very well. Zyra is kind of a new pick, but kind of everyone's expected to play that at this point, so that's not surprising. I feel like the nice thing for H2K, rattling off 7 straight wins, they don't have to show very much. So certainly maybe there'll be some surprises there for Samsung, but we are going to hand it back to Dash to break down that clean H2K sweep.
Thank you very much. Pace your time. Now we're going to get an interview with Prawley and Odoamne in just a minute, but before we do, I want to go ahead and break down this third and final game and ultimately the dominating 3-0 sweep out of H2K here in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I mean, it really makes you excited for the matchups that they're going to have versus Samsung, right? You know, Odoamne versus Cuvée. Cuvée absolutely smashing in the Samsung series. Then we also have Ryu having some of the best games I've ever seen him have here at Worlds.
Yeah.
And he's going to have his handful with Crown as well. I mean, there are so many things head-to-head just because both those teams have won so many games in a row, obviously. But, you know, pretty much across the board, we've got good matchups.
Yeah, and I think it's two teams performing better than we expected maybe coming into the tournament, especially in the early games. There's going to be a lot about the laning phase between Samsung and H2K. This game, however, I mean, we wanted some changes in the pick a man phase from ANX. We got the Zillion, which was not the chase we wanted.
Bring back time, get the same comp again.
Yeah.
Not really.
No, it was definitely disappointing not to see adaptations between the games. And then also, like, in the end, they give away Syndra this time. Other times they picked it themselves and they had Vlad against it. Actually gave them a chance to, like, win the lane at least. Zillion is a losing matchup against Syndra, and Kira obviously fell really far behind.
And ultimately, there will maybe be some learnings for Albus Nox Luna coming out of this World Championships, is that in the best of 5, they're going to have to learn how to be more flexible in Champion Select. When things are not working, at a certain point, you got to throw out whatever playbook you came in with and just change it up.
Well, to contrast that, I really like what H2K did in just sticking to what worked for them. The Zyra, the Lee Sin, and the Jace. Just pick it over and over and over. If it wins you the game, it allows you to really save a lot of strategy for your upcoming match, which you know is going to be more important. I mean, honestly, they were very confident coming into this with good reasons for it. And I think that it's going to make that matchup that much more exciting because we haven't even seen what they have prepared in the off time.
And while it was a dominating victory, early game for H2K once again, let's go ahead and take a look at another play that broke ANX's back here, handing H2K the series, presented to you by Acer. Down in the bot lane here, once again, ANX still never saying die, as is their moniker here. They come in, but unfortunately, H2K already prepped for it.
Yeah, never say die, but they will be doing so. And it all starts with an attempt with a Bard play, but the tunnel is way too long, so they're able to see it. And this play is going to just extend this. They're going to be able to take up one nice little turret here, but a 5-man push to the bottom lane is just way too deadly when you're this far ahead.
It kind of showed the game, you know. ANX were trying to find ganks and skirmishes. H2K were running as a team most of the time, had really good vision. They actually knew where people were going to engage. I think I saw one mistake from H2K in the early game. That was Vander Forgiven pushing up too far after their jungler had already left. Something they have done before. And then obviously later in the game, we had some of these Barons again. And yeah, they're really far ahead. I'm sure the players are losing a bit of focus because, again, they have such a massive goal lead. They're kind of just running around and trying to kill people left and right. But the Baron calls, they have to be spot on if you're going to beat a Korean team.
Definitely agree with that. And the other thing, too, is that, you know, the comp that H2K keeps on running here with a bunch of winning lanes looks super good and can snowball really well. But you have to worry about if some of these early plays don't work out, you know, then we get to see some more, you know, flexibility.
And I think the cool thing about that comp actually is the fact that we saw something very similar out of Rox yesterday with the Zyra, the Jace, and the Lee Sin, that because they're on opposite sides of the bracket, you have to imagine that these teams have been playing against each other, which means that that's a really good practice partner for both of them, very similar styles. And if we saw how Rox demolished EDG yesterday, that might mean that the matchup we have with Samsung against H2K could be a lot closer than we expect.
All right, well, we've got an interview ready with tonight's qualified semifinalists, so let's hand it off to Shox.
Thank you very much. Indeed, joined here by H2K's coach Prolly, as well as the top laner, Odoamne. So first up, congratulations, fantastic performance here. Before we get into your performance, I do want to ask you about kind of your strategy and your mentality going in. ANX was the underdogs, but it did seem that you guys gave them the proper amount of respect with banning out the brand and their power picks. How do you think they've performed, and how do you think you guys have performed overall?
Well, ANX's like best strategy is the fact that they have a lot of like weird picks that you have to ban out. You can't really pick it away from them. And then the second big strength they have is they don't really give up. And that might sound weird, but a lot of teams, if you're like 10K gold up, like we were, they would like crumble and die. But ANX is fighting like the game is even, so it's really hard to actually close on them, and that's actually a really good like quality in a team.
Yeah, that also seemed like it in a couple of games. Even though you guys were far ahead, you still had to fight for those victories. Odoamne, how do you look back on your performance? You've received a lot of praise from a lot of people so far. I don't know if you read all of that, and you had an amazing series. How does that affect you, and how does that give you confidence going further?
Well, so far, coming through the groups, I started playing a lot better in the second week. So I think that kind of carried into my mentality and into scrims and into today's series. And I think today's series will motivate me even more to play better into the semis. So I think and I hope that I will play a lot better than I did today.
All right, we will see if that happens. Before we talk more about that semifinal, he already played really good, don't you agree?
Yeah, he's just being super humble. But I mean, to his credit, we used to do 1v1s a lot and I could win, but now every time we do 1v1, I get stomped. So Yeah, he's getting better.
Well, let's speak to the team's performance so far. With your history, obviously not the best performance last time around at Worlds. The third place is in Europe. It seems like this is more of the true potential of H2K. For you, who's been with the team for so long, what does that mean to finally see that coming out, and why do you think it has now?
Man, it took you guys long enough, Odo. I don't know. I'm like it's always been there, and that's why it's always really hard to like be a coach and like sit on the sidelines and watch. Like I know they can be doing better, and I always believe they could do better, and now I think they finally like believe in themselves, and there's a lot more confidence around. So right now there's like a couple of things we have to fix, and then like we're gonna be completely unlocked. So I'd say we're like 80% right now. So when we play Samsung Galaxy, we need to be 100%.
So let's talk about that matchup. You guys will be the underdog in that one. People saying how good Samsung looks, and honestly, they do also completely crush their quarterfinal. So Odoamne, what kind of hope can you give the European fans, and what are your realistic views on that matchup?
I mean, they played really well in their quarterfinals, and they show that they have lots of strengths and very few weaknesses. But I think it's up to us to show up on our best level, and then we have a chance of taking them down.
All right, we will see what happens. Finally, Prolly, you're going to Madison Square Garden with H2K playing in the semifinal of the World Championship. What's that going to be like?
Ooh, it's going to be good. And I actually really respect that this is the first time as a coach I've gotten like this amount of cheering from any crowd. So that's pretty cool. And I'll be honest, when NA was able to play at Madison Square Garden, I can't focus.
Let them cheer for a sec.
When NA got to play at Madison Square Garden earlier, I was actually super, super jealous of them. So this has been kind of a goal. Like, I want to go to Madison Square Garden and play. So I'm actually really proud of these guys for stepping up and showing up so we can go there.
Odo, final thing you want to say about that? I mean, this has been a great theater to play at. Now you get to go to Madison Square Garden. Pretty cool.
I mean, it's cool, but Prolly just cries every night before he goes to sleep that he wants to go to Madison Square Garden. So we just decided to just play well and just get him to Madison Square Garden so he stops crying for once.
All right, well, there we go. Always a lot of fun in the interview. Congratulations. We'll see you guys at Madison Square Garden. And Dash is going to close out the day from Chicago for the last time.
Thank you very much, Shocks, and a much-deserved trip to New York City and Madison Square Garden for this team, and in particular, Odoamne there, who's going to be receiving Player of the Game here for just an absolutely dominating performance 3 times in a row on Jace. I have to imagine that if you're Samsung Galaxy watching this game, looking towards the semifinals, that is a player that you're going to have to watch out for.
And on the other side of the map, Juve has been looking exceptional as well, so this has to be a great matchup for us to keep an eye on. Both of these guys can play carries, they have incredible champion pools, and here you just see him getting solo kills and using all the resources that he got in this series to pretty much great extent.
Yeah, 100%. And I think, again, that's what's so exciting about like Samsung and H2K facing each other, because there are individual players who are performing much better than we expected coming into the tournament. Like, if before the tournament, you would have said the top lane matchup between these two teams would be the most exciting thing to watch. But right now, it is actually probably the most exciting thing to watch. And we also have all the way down, you know, Crown in the mid lane against Rio. We have Brulo down bot lane with Core JJ against Forgiven and Vandal. Like, all these matchups are super, super exciting. And I even ignored the jungle here, which is probably 2 of the biggest stars of these 2 teams.
And as we say goodbye to Albus Nox Luna, I feel that we have to recognize the achievement of this team. You know, they have changed the global perspective on wildcard teams when it comes to international events. People counted them out from the beginning. Here they are qualifying for the quarterfinals, and in pretty, you know, fantastical fashion. And again, here and even in these games, even though you would say, hey, one-sided, you saw the fight and the fire in their eyes.
Oh, yeah. They deserve so much respect just for getting here. They made history, and they did it with style as well.
I mean, on top of that, they're just so nice to watch. Their interviews are just very enjoyable. Just the charisma that this team has is just going to put a really big spotlight onto the region now that for the next year, it's going to be really exciting to see how far they can go.
Inspirational, I think, is what you were looking for there when it comes to listening to these guys. All right, well, we have to look forward, though, now to our semifinal matchups because they are set. So let's go ahead and take a look at the tournament bracket. SKT versus the Rocks Tigers and Samsung Galaxy versus H2K. So, gentlemen, when we look at this bracket, How do we feel?
Fire in the top, ice in the bottom.
Oh,
Red
that's
versus
true.
blue.
We got color-coded. We are coordinated.
SK Telecom versus Rocks Tigers. This is a match in the making for so long. And I do love rooting for underdogs. Plus, the smiles on the Rocks Tigers face when they play. I mean, they just enjoy League of Legends so much. And they're going up against the cold, hard champions. Yeah, SKT, they always seem so stoic. They have victory upon victory upon victory.
They're tired
to
of
look
winning.
back to. It's so exciting for a semifinal.
Yeah, it's kind of hard though to call Rocks Tigers like the underdogs.
I know. I almost shuddered at that, but it's true. It's true.
I mean, in a way, I actually think it's going to be super even because both teams stomped their quarterfinals and had zero issues, honestly, outside of like one game here and there. So I think both teams, if they perform at the peak, I think it's going to be super even, and there's no like big favorite in that matchup. The other one, obviously, Samsung H2K. Samsung will be heavy favorites. One of the problems, I guess, a weird problem to have for H2K right now is that people will look at this quarterfinal and say, they beat ANX, so let's not overhype them going into this game. But at the same time, people also underrate them now because, well, they just beat ANX, right? And now they're taking on Samsung. I think actually they can challenge, but I don't think they have, right now, judging from what we saw today, enough to actually take down Samsung, but they have a full week to practice.
Well, by that same token, Samsung did obliterate Cloud9 3-0 fashion just as well, and Cloud9 looked pretty much as helpless as ANX did look today. So I think that we have to be careful with both teams and making sure that we're not really putting one as a heavy favorite.
Especially if we just see, some early game gold leads like we've seen in previous series from both of these teams. Can't count them out as you get later into the stages, and we will probably see more of those high pressure decisions where you have to think about, trading bottom inhibitors for Barons and those types of situations where you really start to sweat.
Well, of course, we did just run the coin toss backstage. Samsung Galaxy picked it up, so they will get side selection on 1, 3, and 5. In a sense, considered the higher seed when it comes to the side selection, whereas H2K will get 2 and 4. But pick bans for that series is going to be very interesting to me, mostly because H2K was not forced to show too much today. As you mentioned, kind of running that same composition, being very happy to run what's working. My question is, if Samsung Galaxy picks up a game or changes up the bans on them, how will H2K react?
I mean, that's super hard to answer right now because obviously teams will now look at this matchup and say, okay, we know their top laning will probably prioritize Kennen very highly if he's open. So how do we find an answer to that? Is Jace going to be banned? There's a lot of different things that can go into this one, but I think it's going to be, once again, much like so many other games, it was a lot about counter-picking in the laning phase. And if you are H2K, Caitlyn is a pick you probably won't get to see very often, and that means you have to try and play more around topside like they did today. And that means get a counterpick for Odoamne suddenly becomes a higher priority instead of like maybe counterpicking bot lane.
I mean, there's actually some bans that are jumping out to me already that seem like must bans in this because you mentioned, the Forgiven's affinity for Caitlyn. He doesn't play Jhin, yet Jhin has been one of Ruler's best champions. Yep. I feel like that's a must ban for them. Caitlyn must ban for the other side. And then you get to the solo laners, right? The lane matchups have been so incredibly important as far as draft phase goes. And the one thing that I would push down on priority list on a lot of teams is not only Olaf, but most of the jungle pinching that's been going on. I just feel like the counter picking in lanes has carried a lot more weight.
The one that I feel like you cannot give up is just in Italy, though. Jankos and Ambition can play it very well. And even though we haven't really seen this champion, it's kind of just the idea of giving somebody that champion and the fact that they can get away so far from the other jungler in terms of farm and just pressure advantage that it's too scary of a factor to give away. And that's most likely just going to be a permanently red side ban, which is really difficult to be in that red side situation for H2K.
All right, Deficio, final thoughts here.
Yeah, I think Samsung, honestly, I like your Italy point there. Make sure it's not picked because if you don't fall behind earlier Samsung, you will have superior late game. We've seen that. We've seen H2K struggle there. So honestly, it's about snowballing early for H2K and close it out. And it's about honestly surviving early game for Samsung.
All right, well, with that, tune in next week as Worlds heads to the heart of the Big Apple. Our final 4 teams clash in the world's most famous arena with a shot at the Summoners Cup on the line. On Friday, a rematch of last year's World Finals between SK Telecom and Rocks Tigers. And on Saturday, it's Samsung Galaxy versus H2K. Now, throughout the tournament, we've seen some huge moments. You called them out on Twitter using the hashtag #WorldsBigPlays. Let's take a look at a few brought to you by XXX, return of Xander Cage. Our first tweet comes from Kenny O. So this was Peanut's first competitive game on Olaf? What a god. Let's take a look.
Suddenly Peanut is here on the Olaf, a flash forced out of Philip, but he is still chasing on the depth, who's nearly out of HP. The chase in for Prey. First blood, that's 2 for Peanut. It might be a third. Oh, the axe landed, meaning depth got rooted out, running out of health. One more shot would get him.
Just the skill shots landing from Rox to be able to get this. The axe lands as the root happens, perfect, and that triggers the rest of the dive.
2 axes change the course of this game.
I mean, Kobe, you talked about junglers at the beginning of the day. I feel like in that SKT versus Rox matchup, if Peanut puts up performances like that could be a really big swing for the Rox Tigers.
Yeah, that has typically been, where we really focus on in this matchup. That and the mid lane, of course, for Faker and Kuro. I mean, there's just so much history. That's why I kind of feel like if you delve back enough into history, they're underdogs. But currently, they did finally get their LCK victory. It's just that one is definitely going to be very exciting. One of the things from that Olaf clip, though, from Peanut with the first one of the hardest things to do is like get the exact distance on your axe so it just hits the champion model, and he immediately picks it up, hits 2 more people. I mean, it's
perfect Olaf play.
Exactly. That's the hardest part about him, and getting maximum DPS out of your undertow was very impressive.
Well, next up from RNG versus SKT, MLXG's miraculous save brought this tweet out of Michael Balsamo, who exclaimed, "Looper is alive, let's roll it."
Now maybe onto Looper.
Looper's in trouble. Cocoon, but he gets off the slicing maelstrom. There's so much damage. Oh, he got bounced forward. MLXG. He's still
Oh my God, MLXG!
What on earth was that?
Follow Cocoon, it's a lot of damage, and he's so low now. But then look at the kick. MLXG just repositions, gets the kick off, and then safeguards Looper.
Unbelievable.
It's just such good presence of mind to recognize that in that situation, if you don't get the double kick, you're going to lose that fight horrendously. It's better to wait for it. He does it just right, and wow, that was a beauty.
It really was. I mean, I was kind of sad that the YouTube video I saw online was labeled as Kennen big play.
Oh, no! Mislabeled.
Yeah, he pressed ulti. It was great, except for the fact that obviously when you have a good Lee Sin player, this champion is just insane. And that's why we always want to see Lee Sin, because the skill cap is just so high.
All right, we've had some sick Lee Sin plays so far this tournament, but again, when it comes to junglers, MLXG, somebody that we looked at as maybe underperforming in comparison to what he looked like at MSI, but those are the types of plays he's going to have to be able to make, the aggressive types of moves that have really helped RNG in the past. What am I talking about? Jesus
In
Christ.
case they were still playing.
It's late on the last day. So finally, Duke went coast to coast. Mr. Elshagan said, "Oh my God, that Narkite from Duke, I can't believe he got the kill on MLXG and survived." Let's see
Guardian
the
Angel
Epicide.
pops the rest of SK Telecom. They're down in the bottom lane. Xiaohu's left alone. He hops over the minions, sidesteps a deadly flourish. MLXG's looking for the kill. Sonic Wave connects. Resonating strike. Duke might just survive. Mega Knight's going up. The boomerang. The excitement. The hyper. Duke survives.
I actually hate Mata for that play specifically because he used his root over like a GA target who's still dead, hadn't respawned yet, and then suddenly MLXG was caught in this chase. Does manage to pick up the kill, so let's all blame Mata.
He did miss his Q as well, though, so I think it's on both of them. You got to know that respawn timer on the GA.
Honestly, that game was pretty much almost over anyway.
Yeah, whatever.
He's just on the mission like, all right, I'm either killing him or that's good.
I like that camera angle, though. Kind of makes you feel like you're playing the Gnar and the one doing the kiting, because Lord knows I don't have those kinds of mechanics. Well, remember to tweet us at LoL eSports when you see a big play using the hashtag #WorldsBigPlays. That's going to do it for us here in Chicago. Stick around for another edition of Worlds Tonight with Shox, Deficio, and Kobe. We'd like to thank the folks here in Chicago for hosting the 2016 Worlds quarterfinal round. Now, for all of us here in the Chicago Theater, thank you for watching, and we'll see you in New York. Only one invitation to Madison Square Garden left up for grabs.
Everyone's watching through your eyes.
These teams play with fire, and I love watching them clash.
It went from a spark to an open flame. Now destiny's calling out your name. So reply, so reply me. When I close my eyes, I can almost see it. When I take a breath, you fill up my lungs. And if my mind worked backwards just for a minute, I'd follow you before the memory's gone. I remember you, you lift my spirit. With you high is all I'm feeling. Remember how we felt alive. I remember you. I remember you. I remember you. When I close my eyes, I can almost see it. When I take a breath, you fill up my lungs. And if my mind worked backwards just for a minute, I'd follow you before the memory's gone. I remember you, you lift my spirit. With you high is all I'm feeling. Remember how we felt alive. I remember you. I remember you. I remember you.
Damage is almost enough, but Unforgiven's turn to turn it around. They're looking for Ryu, but they can't get it. Miracle gonna get his face crit off. He's not careful. Ryu gets himself a triple. There's the Quadra. Stayos just goes down 0-1. They know on a killing spree. Now finds 2. Well, it doesn't connect to Lucrit. He goes in again. It's a great pull, but it's just not enough. Forgiven takes out Smurf. There's the ace for H2K. H2K demolish ANX for their semi-final match versus Samsung Galaxy.
ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another edition of Worlds Tonight. I'm EpicSkillshot supporter, joined here by Martin DeFiscio Lunge and Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler. As we're going to wrap up the quarterfinals, it is also our very last show from Chicago. Sadly, it's been a great run. Yeah, it's been a great run. Today we saw H2K versus Albus Nox Luna not delivering 5 games. It was a rather comfortable 3-0, I should say, for H2K. We're going to take a look at that. And they didn't seem to have all that much trouble with the Albus Nox team.
No, I mean, I kind of felt like if H2K maybe lost the first game, things could have gone downhill. But when this happened already, like, what, 3-4 minutes into the game, they got a double kill top on Jace. It was kind of just snowballed from there, and I think H2K felt really good in every single game they played.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be good for their confidence moving forward. But facing Samsung is going to be a completely different animal. So I'm very curious because a couple of the games, you know, later on in the game, they started to get a little lax with their play and skip steps, as they were saying, on the desk. And I'm curious to see if that does continue or if that's just, you know, a factor because they were so far ahead.
Yeah, it does raise up maybe some question marks because in the first week of group stage we thought, ooh, sometimes they don't seem to know what to do late game. Do you think they have improved on that front, DeFiscio?
I think they've gotten better late game. I don't think they're perfect. That's kind of the main thing. I mean, we can go all the way back to EU LCS and we've solved the same problems, you know. Get a good early advantage, get around Baron, and then they would like throw it Baron almost and actually lose some of these games. Did it a little bit at Worlds. I think it has gotten better. But a lot of it just comes down to communication in these very hectic moments where we still know they're a team who are very loud. You know, a lot of people are yelling and calling things at the same time. So when suddenly, you know, a guy shows up and he can potentially steal the Baron, they don't always have the clearest communication. And that is an issue, and it will be an issue versus Samsung. And it will put them in a bit of a disadvantage and kind of force them to really win the early game.
Yeah, the main thing for me with them is that they don't really respect enemy vision later in the game. And that's not really a problem if they're so far ahead, right? Because the enemy's not going to have a lot of vision, maybe a few defensive wards. But if they don't, you know, have that scenario, then we've seen in the group stages there are a couple times where, you know, they go on enemy wards, try and sit in a bush and do a risky play, and it backfires.
I do think, though, this matchup specifically, like once they got these massive leads and started winning like game 1, game 2 as well, like knowing H2K and knowing European teams, they do again lose a little bit of focus and they do fool around just a little bit and they go very aggressive, like just let's keep going for kills, let's keep playing aggro, ignore the ward here, let's buy more damage. And that's something that they have done in the past because they have like a 10,000 gold lead. I don't know if it will be the same against Samsung. Semifinal, an opponent that is super, super hard to play against. If you get an early advantage, I think you keep the focus to try and close the game. And I don't think even if with 10k advantage, you start like jumping around and going for kills in every lane.
Yeah, as said, we are just guessing. Of course, we don't know if they just felt comfortable in this matchup. But as said, let's take a look at the bracket and how it is played out now. As said, H2K up versus Samsung Galaxy and SKT up versus the Rocks Tigers. First, let's wrap up Samsung Galaxy versus H2K. Do you give them, how much of a chance do you give them? Let's start with our Kobe from NA.
I give them more of a chance than I gave Cloud9. They've definitely been looking better than
You're
Cloud9.
so kind.
Oh,
wow, thank you.
But honestly, yeah, I still have it favored to Samsung. Maybe I'd give them like 25%, honestly, for H2K in that matchup.
Yeah,
that's my first ballpark number.
I was gonna go like 70-30 in favor of Samsung as well. I think Samsung can match H2K in the early game, like just individual players. And then I think Samsung just late game is just much better, you know, both calling and team fighting. So it's one of these games where if H2K can actually really dominate the early game, if they have good picks, good counter picks, and if some of the players, like let's say odoamne actually shows up and beats QV up in the top lane, that gives a big advantage to H2K. But I need to see that happen before I actually want to like believe it.
Definitely true. I'm also really excited for the pick bans for that matchup, actually, because I feel like those have some players that are a little bit smaller champion pools than, say, SKT versus Rocks, which will be very deep.
Let's quickly touch on SKT versus Rocks then. How do we think that's going to go? Does Rocks have a chance here to finally beat out SKT on the world stage, DeFiscio?
Yes, they do have a chance. I find it really funny how people are like, oh, Rocks are massive underdogs now. You know, they came in as the best team in the world.
Who said they are massive underdogs?
No, but at least they're not underdogs. They're not underdogs in this matchup, in my opinion. They are against the world champions, and SKT did look very good in their quarterfinal, but so did Rocks in their quarterfinal as well. I think this is actually a very even matchup that comes down to like the preparation coming into it, and then like can Peanut show up when it really, really matters? Because last time we played against Blank in an important best of 5 of a spring final, and Blank actually out-jungled him.
Peanut needs to be like a boss, and then they win.
And then my question on the other side for SKT is going to be, is Duke going to have a couple of games where, he gets completely solo killed up in the top lane? His teleports still seemed a bit off in some of the games. He did recover very quickly as they moved further on in the series, but against the Tigers, can you afford to drop a game like that purely off of, one lane?
Yeah, well, all our questions will be answered next week, and we are going to talk a little bit more about those semifinals in just a minute. But if you are watching in client, check out youtube.com/LOL eSports for the full version of Worlds Tonight. All right, and now we have all the time in the world, or at least some of it, to talk about.
They're packing up already.
They are packing up.
I don't know about all
5 minutes, let's go.
Okay, they are packing up because we are heading to Madison Square Garden, where we'll see a bunch of, or 4 amazing teams crossing swords. I do want to have one last honorable mention for Albus Nox Luna, obviously, because I feel like it's kind of a false note for them that it was a 3-0 here, but they've shown amazing things, so I think they deserve a shout out.
Definitely one of the more exciting teams to follow here this year at Worlds, and they've gained a ton of fans as well, as you could hear in the audience.
Yeah, definitely. But H2K, they had to do it, and they did in a quick 3-0. Defisho, you mentioned as well, if Oduwamne goes off in that semifinal versus Samsung, that could be a possibility for an in. What other possibilities do you see? Jankos in the early game, for instance?
Yeah, again, I think every single player on H2K is actually performing above expectations on an individual level. I think Rio has had his best tournament in years. Like, we have to go all the way back to, like, Season 3 to find a Rio playing like this. I think Forgiven and Vanda as well, especially when they get something like Caitlyn, have been doing really well in laning phase. So
probably won't.
Probably won't get it, sadly. And that is actually a big blow to H2K because it is such a key pick in the early game. But I think for H2K, like, it literally comes down to, one, how can they draft? Like, can they actually get some counter picks in laning phase? And 2, can they fix the late game around Baron? Can they close out games? Because I think they can get an early game advantage. I'm not saying every game, but some of the games. And if you can only get it to 20 minutes and then you start losing because of poor decisions, it doesn't matter then.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing is, I'm very curious to see how they'll play if there's a game where they don't have, winning lanes off the bat. And Jankos doesn't have all these pushing lanes to work with because Ambition has actually been quite good. There are games in the group stages where he made a few mistakes early on, but he has really stepped up as the tournament has progressed, and I'm very curious to see how they'll interact.
And also, I mean, we need to look at the bracket. These two teams, I think it's fair to say, have the easiest quarterfinal opponents in ANX and Cloud9, and obviously both teams won 3-0 fairly easily. So going into this one, it's kind of hard to go like, it's hard to overhype one team and underrate the other one just based on who they were playing, because I don't think there was that big of a difference in opponents. Where on the other side, they beat out the 2 Chinese teams. SKT and ROX were heavy favorites coming into this tournament as well, like to be top teams. So it's much easier to go like, wow, this is going to be like insanely high level. Both teams will perform. We don't really know with Samsung and H2K in such an important game.
Yeah, and let's hope so, because all of the quarterfinals have been pretty straightforward wins for the team that ended up winning. Odo Wamna is, by the way, there behind us doing an interview right now. This man has stepped up. Defisho, is it safe to say, or is it fair to say that the individual players on H2K have just looked a lot better than they have all year in EU? And why do you think that is?
I think it's 100% fair to say. Actually, from talking to the players, they also say, they're just playing at a different level. I think it comes down to, one, some of the practice in boot camp where you play both Korean solo queue and against much better opponents.
Yeah.
I think also it comes down to the meta change. This is much more about the standard laning phase. It's about having like these very strong laning picks, which obviously favors a guy like Forgiven, favors a guy like Jankos, who loves to play early game. So I think just the meta fits H2K, and the practice they've gotten for the last many weeks is really important. And the team kind of clicks a bit more than they've done in the past.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of my biggest surprises has actually been Ryu's play, because during the year I was like, okay, he's pretty good, but not super impressive. And one of the stats that I've been having a lot of fun tracking is this like time spent across the halfway point basically of the map before 15 minutes. So basically laners that are playing really aggressively in their lanes and pushing up. And Ryu is #1 for a lot of the group stages, and like he's just playing so aggressively, and he's pulling it off very well because he has pressure in the other side lanes as well. And like they use jungle pressure to gain that extra vision so he can play that way. But against Crown, who has pulled off multiple solo kills, I'm not sure if he'll be able to pull off the same sort of feats.
Yeah, that's actually a super good point, because every team H2K has played has had a weak link somewhere in laning phase. Like when they play against EDG, it was in the top lane. When they play against ANX, it was again in the top lane where like Odo Amna had a big advantage. Samsung every member like H2K has been playing better. So that means I don't see a lane where I'm like, top lane for sure is H2K, mid lane, bot lane. No, I actually think a lot of the lanes are super, super even. So that would be the biggest test for sure for H2K. They don't have a clear lane to snowball off.
Yeah, and as you guys said, or as you just mentioned, Samsung also has just grown immensely from the regular season to their regionals to their group stage, and now as one of the big favorites for the rest. So quick prediction then. You said 70-30 in favor of Samsung. So how many games are we going to see, guys?
I'm going to say 3-2 to Samsung.
Yeah, 5 games.
5 games.
Yeah, 5 games.
We get our first 5 games, silver scrapes and everything. Samsung will get in the end.
I'm gonna have to say 3-1. I really want to
hater again, always.
But I think that Samsung will take it 3-1. The biggest one to me is just I feel so much more confident with Samsung's late game. Even though H2K have looked much better, they've been smashing so hard that it hasn't quite, answered that question for me if they can. But I will be pleasantly surprised if they do patch it up around the Baron. The one that was stolen today, I was like, okay, not quite sold.
It's always a Syndra, too. We'll see Saturday. That is when H2K and Samsung are playing. On Friday, though, SKT going up against the ROX Tigers. As you said now, it is definitely even and not an underdog story for the ROX Tigers. So quick prediction and explanation.
ROX Tigers will win. And they will win because Smeb and Peanut will outplay Duke and Blank and actually completely win the top side. Koro will just sit on either a roaming pick or like a wave clear pick and try and just go even versus Faker. And I think bot lane is very evenly matched. So I'm going to give the advantage to ROX. That way it can go completely wrong and Peanut plays like garbage and it doesn't matter.
No, don't backtrack.
But no, I'm just saying.
Throw it all in.
So I'm going to say, I'm actually going to give me another 3-2. 3-2 to ROX.
Go.
Oh, man. I mean, so the reason you gave is sound, and that's the reasoning that I've heard multiple times in the past. And the flaw in it that I found is the part about Kuro's just going to be fine. He's going to play wave clear in the mid lane. There's something about him versus Faker, and Faker just never lets that happen. Even though I love Kuro, and he's so strong against so many other mid laners, and he can do that against anybody else. I have to go with the Faker factor, and I'm going to take SKT. I will also say 3-2, though, because I will also be a wussy.
Yeah, so we have 9 or 10 games coming to us in New York, so I think that's something to look forward to. That will wrap it up. A big shout-out to the Chicago Theater and everyone that attended here. It's been an amazing experience, but it is time for us to pack up and head over to the Big Apple to Madison Square Garden in New York, where we'll be back on Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern. That is 3 p.m. Pacific for SKT versus ROX. Thank you very much, and see you then.
Damage is almost enough, but Unforgiven's turn to turn it around. They're looking for Ryu, but they can't get it. Miracle gonna get his face crit off. He's not down. Ryu gets himself a triple. There's the Quadra. Stayout just goes down 0-1. They know on a killing spree. Now find 2. Well, it doesn't connect to Lucrit. He goes in again. It's a great pull, but it's just not enough. Forgiven takes out Smurf. There's the ace for H2K. H2K demolish ANX for their semi-final match versus Samsung Galaxy.